All right, well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I'll say welcome to those of you in the room and many of you who have been joining us online. I am delighted to have this opportunity to welcome you to this workshop on the role of startups and scale-ups in the twin transition. I want to welcome those of you who came here to Paris to be with us today. And it sounds like a large number of people who are joining us remotely as well for this important discussion. My name is Jerry Sheehan. I have the great pleasure of serving as the director of the Science, Technology, and Innovation Directorate here at the OECD. And in that directorate, we try to foster evidence-based policy around a broad set of issues around science, technology, innovation, new technologies, digital technologies, and others. We provide in-depth analyses that help policymakers understand how science, technology, and innovation contribute both to our economies and our economic development, as well as to a growing range of societal issues. Today's workshop is part of our directorate's work stream on entrepreneurship, innovation, and business dynamism, which is work that is overseen by the Committee for Industry, Innovation, and Entrepreneurship, the CIIE, which we're meeting over subsequent days. It's also an important building block of the so-called Bridge Project. That's the Building a Robust, Innovative Entrepreneurship Ecosystem for a Digital and Green Economy. And I want to send special congratulations for whoever developed that fine name and acronym. The Bridge Project is aiming to provide comprehensive picture of innovation-driven entrepreneurial ecosystems in OECD economies and their role for the twin transitions. We know that the twin transitions, the digital and the green transitions, are a focus of much activity and are reshaping the global economic and societal landscapes. And they're also interrelated. So on the one hand, we know that digital technologies themselves consume large amounts of energy. They can pose a growing carbon footprint. In fact, we've been trying to estimate the size of that footprint over time. But at the same time, we know digital technologies can help us create smart grids that will optimize our energy distribution. Smart sensors can help us reduce energy consumption and material use. So there's a trade-off in how the digital and green transitions will move ahead and move together. At the heart of the twin transitions is innovation. And at the heart of innovation, as many of you here know, are startups and scale-ups. These serve as the carriers of new ideas who bring them from ideas into the marketplace and into innovations that firms can adopt and apply across a broad set of sectors. They provide fresh perspectives, these startups and scale-ups, on challenging problems that can help us accelerate the transition to a zero carbon economy. And despite their great potential, of course, startups and scale-ups face many challenges when it comes to developing and commercializing technologies, including, if not in particular, those required for the green transition. They face, for example, long R&D cycles, which often take many years to show their dividends. They face competition from large established players in the marketplace, and they have to navigate complex regulations. They can face particular difficulties in accessing the financing often needed to get through these long R&D and innovation cycles. All of these raise risks for new technologies and business models and make it hard for small startups and scale-up firms to make their way into the market and bring the innovations that we all need to advance the twin transitions. So today's workshop is an opportunity to reflect on these challenges and from a policy perspective, explore the ways that governments and policymakers can support startup and scale-up companies in the twin transition. These kinds of policies can take many forms. They can include financing tools such as grants or loans, or fiscal incentives even for equity investors. They can include a range of non-financial incentives as well, such as infrastructure, assistance in networking, creating connections among startups and venture capitalists, opportunities to help share experiences, and to enhance skills and expertise. I think in the first session today, called Seeds for the Green Economy, we'll have the opportunity to explore the role of startups in the twin transition with a focus on firms that are operating at the intersection of the green and digital transformations. The second session will then give us an opportunity to focus on European scale-up gap and its implications. This will be an opportunity, for example, to discuss how initiatives like the European Innovation Council and the European Tech Champions Initiative can help develop and scale the next generation of breakthrough technologies in Europe. We have a distinguished list of speakers today coming from academia, from the policymaking community, from industry, and from public funding agencies. And I'd like to thank all of those speakers for joining us today, whether you're here in Paris with us or if you're online. I also want to thank all the delegates from the CIIE, the Committee for Industry, Innovation, and Entrepreneurship, who are joining us and will help continue to guide our work on this topic. And of course, I have to express my thanks and gratitude to the European Commission, particularly the Director General for Research and Innovation, which has provided generous support that has made this project and this event today possible. And in that very vein, I'm delighted to have seated next to me here, Julien Ravet from the Director General for Research and Innovation. I want to thank you for moderating our first session, in addition to providing the support for this project and this activity. And on that note, let me turn to you and hand the podium to you and wish you all a very productive day of discussion. I will stay with you as long as I can, and then I'm going to leave you in the good hands of our colleagues here from STI and from DG R&I to guide you through the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jerry. It is my pleasure to say also a few words after you to introduce this event here at the OECD. I will not repeat all the good messages that you made on the importance of analyzing, understanding what is happening with startups and scale-ups. But as Jerry mentioned, this workshop takes place in the context of the Bridge project. This is an important project supported by the European Commission. And it is important because in particular, it aims to have a deep dive into Europe's innovative startup ecosystem, evaluating the strength and areas for improvement in Europe. And in light of the green and digital transition, it is crucial to understand, obviously, the challenges and opportunities without our entrepreneurial ecosystem. In Europe, our attention is set on building a stronger and more vibrant ecosystem for startups and scale-ups. Venture capital-backed startups are key to generate jobs, growth, radical green and digital innovation, and this is something that we acknowledged in the new European Innovation Agenda. But there are challenges to address. In particular, Europe underperforms when it comes to the number of deep tech startup firms compared to other regions in the world. And there is a significant scale-up gap, as you said, that will be covered in the second session. Access to equity investment remains critical for our innovative startups to grow. We have witnessed rapid growth in private capital investment in Europe, but we recognize that there is still more to be done. The establishment of the European Innovation Council, the efforts under the Capital Markets Union, the EU industrial strategy, and the support through instruments like InvestEU are all targeted measures to increase private investment and foster our innovative ecosystem. So the European Commission is devoted to advancing our understanding in this area from the analytical and policy perspective. And actually, this week is also particular for us because it is the European Research and Innovation Week. So discussions on innovation are in full swing these days. But in particular today, I look forward to even more fruitful discussions with you in this workshop. I think that now I leave the floor to Antoine. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Jerry and Julien, for the introductory remarks. So we'll now start the first session of this workshop, which is going to focus on the role of startups for the twin transition. And my role is to now have the great pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker, who will set the scene for the roundtable discussion, which will happen after that. And this is Jacqueline Pless from MIT. So I need to read out your full title. So Jacqueline is the Fred Kane Career Development Professor of Entrepreneurship and an assistant professor in the Technological Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Strategic Management Group at the MIT Sloan School of Management. And I think I got the full thing. So it is really a great pleasure for us to have Jacqueline with us today, because Jacqueline is a renowned expert in the field of energy economics, innovation economics, but she also teaches entrepreneurship at MIT. So she's really one of the very few experts in the world that really have this joint expertise, both on the energy climate side and the entrepreneurship dimension, which she teaches on a daily basis at MIT. So the idea is we have 45 minutes for that keynote. So if you could stick to about 30, 35 or something, so that we leave room for questions from the room and from our online participants. I'm sitting almost next to you, so I can shut you down if you... I know. Okay. So floor is yours. Looking forward to your talk. Thanks, Jacqueline.
Great. Thank you so much. Thanks to the organizers for having me. It's a pleasure. I've been involved in a few OECD events over the last few years, but I've never been here in person. So it's a lot of fun. And as an academic, we're usually trying to, ideally we're having some impact on the real world in our research, and feel like we're usually looking for opportunities to engage in exactly this way. So I'm really excited about the conversations that we're going to have here today. As a kind of stereotypical American, a lot of my examples are going to be a bit egotistical. A lot of them are from the US, but that's the context that I know well. I hope that some of the examples and things that I work through today will still be applicable, and that there's some interesting kind of lessons to learn here and open up the dialogue. So it is an obligatory part of any climate talk to start by kind of scaring the crap out of everybody. So luckily 2023 allowed me to do that pretty easily. It was the warmest year on record. The last 9 or I think 10 years actually have been the warmest 10 on record. So this should worry you, right? Of course, it's, we talk about 2 degrees warming because that's what easily links together a lot of the models that kind of tell us something about climate and what might be on the horizon. But the reason we really care about 2 degrees is because that's when the models say that things are going to go haywire. It's the extremes that really matter here. It's the flooding, the extreme weather events, things like these scenes that really affect us in our daily lives. And these are increasingly disastrous. It's looking pretty bad. In the US, we experience a record number of these types of events that cost more than $1 billion in 2023. I think that's pretty consistent globally as well. And of course, global warming also unleashes some pretty scary feedback effects as well. So sea ice had been up in the Arctic, was stable for a very long time, up until about 2000. Since then, it's reduced by almost 50%. So this has a few different implications for people all over the world. And I think everybody here in the room knows this, but I like to really scare the crap out of people. So what's scary about this is that area used to reflect sunshine. Now it's dark, right? Dark blue will absorb the sunshine, continue to warm the earth. This is bad. Also, when it's frozen, it actually can store as a really nice sink for carbon and methane. So we're losing that as well. This can have vast political consequences and spillovers. So a lot of these types of events and the way that they're affecting communities globally disproportionately, likely going to induce some migration as well, right? So this is, even if your own region is not necessarily affected, it will have political consequences. And we're currently on path to exceed 1.5 degrees by 2030, right? So this is kind of a now or never problem. One thing that actually this chart surprises some people sometimes is that, when we see those global aggregate emissions, it can be it looks like we're just going straight up, but there have been some efficiency improvements. So global greenhouse gas emissions per capita have actually been falling since 1973, since the oil shock. But this is largely driven by efficiency improvements in the US and the EU. So we still have these upward trends that are really starting to take off in the rest of the world as they're starting to catch up, of course. So there are a lot of industrialization and economic development. And so this is certainly a big problem. Luckily, a part of what we're all here to talk about today is that global investment in this energy transition is starting to take off, nearly reached 1.8 trillion globally in 2023. Lots of different kind of estimates of what these numbers mean and what's really included. You see many of them, but the point is that it's increasing both public spending as well as private spending. But one thing that I'll touch on a little bit more towards the end of this talk as well, when I finish up with some policy recommendations or priorities, is that where the money is going doesn't necessarily align with where we could have the biggest impact. So these kind of hard to abate industrial sectors, manufacturing, accounts for 34% of global greenhouse gas emissions, and that's just not where the funding is going. It's increasing a bit. It was 14% over the last year or so, but really kind of missing the mark when it comes to where we could be having a lot of impact right now. On top of that, part of the digitalization trend at the moment is that this is driving or about to drive a huge surge in demand as well, electricity demand. So all of the models, all of these AI models that I'll talk about a little bit more, extremely computationally expensive, extremely data intensive, extremely energy intensive. And so one might say, well, okay, we've been building data centers for a while, right? So digitalization has been taking off for a while. In the US, at least, we've been, kind of managing this reasonably well. The efficiency of these data centers has improved tremendously. But what's different, things like, I'll get there in a second, actually, but the energy intensity of these AI models is just like a totally different ballgame. So I'll show you a chart that kind of demonstrates that in a few minutes. We also have just this increased digitalization of other end-use products like electric vehicles, right? Electric vehicles are part of the solution, but also driving up electricity demand. And if it's coming from dirty power, that's a problem. A little bit of a typo there, but this is also just a highlight that our infrastructure is also just already falling apart. In the US, more than 70% of our transmission and distribution lines are in the second half of their lifetime. And we really just don't have the resources flowing into them. And this is another space that I think digitalization can hopefully have an impact. Talk a bit more about that. And this is the chart that I wanted to show you a slide ago, which is showing you just how much more energy intensive kind of the latest machine learning and algorithms are relative to other things we have seen so far. So that top bar that relates to the training involved for ChatGPT-3. It's how many times? So 500 times more carbon intensive than what it would take to go from New York to San Francisco back and forth. Right? It's a lot. It's 100 times more than what the average human life consumes in a year. It's just the training of one model. So what are we here to talk about today, or what am I going to try to cover? It's to what extent can digitalization be part of this solution? And then to what extent can startups play a role? Okay. So a few years ago, I would say, a pessimist. Somebody that's been working in the space and excited about this space for a long time. I was definitely a pessimist. I was hopeful, but digitalization just didn't seem to be delivering on its promise. Lots of potential solutions, lots of potential to kind of improve and optimize the grid. But we weren't seeing it happen quite yet. I was very skeptical of, say, the potential for consumers to change behavior. I'm still skeptical of that, but I'll talk about what I think there's a little bit more hope for. And what has changed? Well, quite a lot. So that's what I'll dive into here. So there's been a lot of hype around digitalization. For good reason. I think it has a lot of potential. But this has actually been happening for a very long time. So I kind of want to talk about what's really new here and what makes it have a little bit more potential for solving some of these problems. And by doing so, I'm going to talk a little bit about the untapped potential of just current technologies that have been out for a while that we just haven't been developing the right skills to kind of fully exploit yet, as well as how today's advances are kind of fundamentally different. So this is going to be a few slides that I think everybody here knows, but just to kind of set the scene. In the US, and I think most of Europe and elsewhere, up until about 2010, the electricity meters in most people's homes were those that were from the 1800s, predated the rotary phone. It's really old technology, these analog meters. Reading kind of consumption values or totals that were used for billing and things like that. Manual and or estimated sometimes, right? Somebody would come by, or maybe still does come by your house once a month and checks the meter. The next kind of grade of technology that started to get rolled out, at least in the US, not until about the 2010s or maybe late 2000s, was this AMR technology, automated meter reading technology. That's right. Which is a bit more advanced. It was allowing basically utilities to not have to go to every single household to read your electricity meters, cut down on some costs, some operational costs. but still wasn't providing this kind of like real-time data that we know would be really useful for optimizing grid operations. Today, we have much more advanced technology. Still, the things that have been deployed are not as advanced as they could be, but these are meters that are essentially able to provide the utility as well as the customer with kind of real-time, quick information about their consumption, so that ideally, or potentially could change consumers' consumption, timing, or just levels overall, easing some strain on the grid and allowing utilities to use that data to better optimize their operations as well as just grid performance overall. So a handful of words up there, but that's just to say that I think we're familiar with what this technology potentially can do. It's providing both utilities and consumers with a lot of information that can inform decision-making. But this actually requires people to use the data, right? The data itself doesn't have the value. It's what consumers do with it and what utilities do with it. And that ends up being a bit of a behavioral problem, a social problem, and an economic problem. So the reason that this is blank on the left-hand side, well, it has an outline, but that's to show you the deployment intensity of smart meters in 2007 in the US relative to 2018 on the right-hand side. So through the American Recovery Act in 2009, there was a lot of public money that went into investing into the smart grid technologies, including smart meters or AMI, advanced metering infrastructure. Massive deployments of these over the 2010s. Roughly 78 to 80% of residential homes in the US now have smart meters. So lots, and also private spending as well. So lots of money from both like utilities and the government was going into this. Lots and lots of excitement that I'm sure we all possibly were excited about ourselves. But now some of the articles that have been coming out in the last few years are things like this. 97% of smart meters fail to provide the promised consumer benefits. And now, the US is putting this new money into similar technologies through the Inflation Reduction Act, and also just putting a lot of other great money into like clean tech and stuff that's starting to kick off different markets. But there's a question of, is this the best way to be spending our money if we're trying to think about grid resilience? Resistance kind of in the UK as well. So some of the kind of challenges around rolling these things out is also around data and privacy and kind of consumer protection issues as well. So in some recent work, co-authors from Duke University and I took a look at, well, we don't really know yet, like what is the impact or how are consumers and utilities using the data, if at all, to improve things. So what we did was we conducted a study where we looked at kind of the impact of those rollouts in the US over that 10-year time span. And kind of surprisingly, I think to some people, but I'm not really sure. So we found that electricity sales actually increase, right? So I think the expectation and the hope is that these meters are going to help consumers reduce their consumption, or at least kind of shift it within the day away from high demand periods. Found that that was not the case, or at least not the case in the billed electricity to consumers, the billed sales. Now, why might that be different than actual consumption? Is that it could have been that electricity previously was not correctly measured. So this increase could just be a matter of more accurate billing, more accurate kind of tracking of your consumption. And so even if consumers did reduce electricity a little bit, their sales went up, their bills went up. And so this makes households pretty unhappy. It also suggests that if consumers are reducing their actual consumption at all, it's very little, right? So there's not too much potential here so far from what we have seen in terms of consumer behavior. On the other hand, one of the things that we looked at where that was useful as a proxy for grid kind of reliability and resilience, but also something that could indicate better management of the grid by utilities, was electricity losses. And this is where we found more of an effect than I think most people expected. So we found that electricity losses per sale, so kind of an efficiency measure, declined by 3 to 6%, and total losses declined by 6 to 8%. So this is kind of this is a cost to utilities, right? So reducing these losses is actually a pretty big cost reduction. It's a lot. It seems like kind of a small amount percentage-wise, but it's actually a pretty big cost kind of improvement for utilities. And so we wanted to better understand, well, how were utilities actually achieving this, or like were they kind of investing in some of the other things that we think would be necessary to fully exploit the smart technology? Things like human capital, right? So to use the data, to use the software effectively, usually have to invest in kind of more software or quantity types of workers. And that's exactly what we found. So on the left-hand side here, I'm just showing you a kind of a negative relationship between the number of smart meters that were being rolled out, or the intensity, and the number of meter readers. So those physical workers going out to read those meters declined. So this would be consistent with utilities starting to make some changes, and the number of quant workers was increasing. So it does appear as though, it did take a while. So I'd say like some of the, at least 5 years, if not longer, until you start to see some of these reductions in losses. But it's possible, right? But utilities are notoriously slow to change. This is not a very innovative industry. It takes a while, massive incumbents, massive kind of organizational change is needed. And for a while, we were still seeing kind of headlines like this, where most utilities are not optimizing to save as much energy as they could. And we think that's still true. So they're saving some, they're making some improvements, but there are a lot of capabilities in this technology that have not been fully exploited yet, and a lot of new ones that are coming. And so this is actually consistent with kind of the broader like literature on what are the effects of adopting information and communication technologies, and that in order to actually see the benefits, to realize those benefits, you need complementary investments. You need other technology frequently, like the sensors, the data systems, these automated, like integrated ways of using the data. And then you need the organizational capital. You need the people, the skills in order to put that to use. And this is something where utilities will suffer, like really struggle, like a lot of incumbents do. It's just really big organizational change, takes time, takes money. Also where, I'm leading into where startups might have a nice role to play. So fun fact, I created this image in about 15 seconds using ChatGPT by asking it to draw me something that represented the slow to change, like how utilities are very slow to change. And in the meantime, they're missing all of these great opportunities related to clean tech. This is what it gave me. Pretty amazing and pretty damn fast. So notoriously slow to change. And this is really where I think that there's, some of this workshop will be that others I think will have a lot of expertise on, will be around like just startups that are developing the technology itself, and how they can scale within the private sector. But I think that there's a really big opportunity here for startups to be working with utilities to help them deploy these technologies and fully leverage the data. Okay, so now that I've depressed everybody about how little our current technology can do or what past technology has done, what makes things different today? So these AI models that we have seen come out in the last year, generative AI things, ChatGPT, it's a massive step change in the capabilities. It's really a capabilities thing, and the fact that we have so much more data and that they can teach themselves. And it's so accessible that anybody can open up ChatGPT, like if you have a laptop, don't need a subscription, you can tell it how to code, or you can ask it how to code things. You can say, write me some Python code to like optimize this potential grid, you give it a bunch of constraints and it'll do it for you. Extremely accessible, that makes it different. This is going to greatly reduce the time and cost to adopting the types of tools that can help optimize the grid a little bit better. And then also in a way that could help actually speed up the innovation process itself, which I'll talk about in a moment. So just to demonstrate some of these capabilities, again, I had ChatGPT, it's Dolly, one of the plugins, create this for me again in about 20 seconds, where I asked it to create an image of a human hand putting its finger over the top of a smokestack, kind of saying, hey, we're trying to decarbonize, and that digitalization can play a role. It's going to be part of what facilitates that. This is what it gave me very, very quickly. That's incredible, right? And then I said, well, can you make it look a little bit more realistic, kind of, give it a human hand, I said something about fading, like have the images kind of blend together a little bit better. And it did this in another 20 seconds, right? And this is obviously not what the utilities are going to be using here, but like, this is just a demonstration of like, this was not possible a year ago or 2 years ago. So I think a useful way of thinking about the potential impact, and I'm trying to be positive on this, I think there's a lot of kind of gloom and doom like stories and fears around a lot of these things, job displacement, like real concerns around job displacement and transitions. But I think that there's just a lot of kind of positive potential impact here that we can think about leveraging. And I think it's kind of useful to think about whether, today's tools, if they're different in the sense that they can be thought of as a general purpose technology, as opposed to just something that can be applied very like narrowly to a single industry or something. And that's because general purpose technologies historically have been what will totally transform an economy or an industry and really drive productivity in a positive direction. So what are general purpose technologies? They're technologies or innovations that have some impact beyond their own original use or what was motivating them to develop that in the first place. It enables many applications and has almost limitless domain applications. So a classic example is electricity itself. Think about how electricity has just transformed many industries. Steam engine, the internet, things like this. And so I think it's also then to think like to actually break down what kind of AI is and machine learning is into different subcategories to really think about whether this is a general purpose technology and to clarify, what is it that really makes it different today? And so we can think about kind of three different trajectories of how these algorithms have evolved over time and their uses. The first being symbolic systems, so kind of early stage, like what's the logical flow through different processing symbols, visuals. We have robotics, so this would be kind of the classic, in an industrial setting or in a warehouse setting. Can you use this to reduce your operational costs? And then there's deep learning, which is what we hear about now, machine learning and neural networks using a lot of really granular data and just a total step change in capabilities. So if we were to look at, so this data is truncated at 2015, but I think the trends are kind of know where they are. So patenting over time by domain, when we break those down, they look pretty similar. But here, if you were to take a look at learning systems, which is the dark blue line, which if they're blending together color-wise is the bottom line all the way to the right. You can see that at this time, it appeared as though it was starting to hit a pivot point that was a little bit later than symbol systems and robotics, as we would expect. And we hadn't yet seen where it was going. We hadn't yet seen the takeoff. And I think what's really useful here is to start thinking about, well, if we know that general purpose technologies are things that can be applied in many, many different settings, why don't we take a look at publications that are like publications related to AI that are specifically about applications. And this is where we really see it take off or diverge. So that top line, the light blue line, is the number of publications that were in non-computer science journals. So cases where these are other types of fields that are applying these methods. Whereas the orange line, the one that levels out, is those that are in computer science journals. And I think this is pretty telling when we think about, well, how is AI different and how it's being applied in many, many, many different settings. And it's also driven by kind of more machine learning and neural network types of things as opposed to robotics. So I think this is kind of consistent with the potential kind of general purpose technology nature of the more recent advances. So I'm going to go back for a second. Okay. So I just want to give like a few examples now of, how can we start to use these algorithms and the technologies in the utility sector or in the energy sector broadly without even like doing a lot more, like kind of the low hanging fruit, the things that utilities are not exploiting quite yet. And there are actually just some really great opportunities that I think where startups can really play a role, especially if they're working with utilities. And then I just want to talk kind of wrap that conversation up with a conversation, like just talking about like what still can be done and where we would need to invest to get there. So I think this might be less of a problem in Europe in terms of the percentage of transmission and distribution lines that are buried underground here relative to the US, but it's not all of them, right? So in the US, a really high cost thing is vegetation management. This is not the sexiest way of thinking about applying AI and everything, but it has a huge, huge potential. So utilities in the US are spending somewhere between 6 and 8 billion per year just on cutting down trees and keeping the wires kind of cleared. It's a huge, one of the number one kind of causes of wildfires, which have, large economic and social costs as well. And a lot of our current technology, like cameras, drones, this LiDAR technology that can detect like is the growth getting close to the wire? This is like just tremendous opportunity that it can do it a lot faster. It can do it remotely, and just can like signal like almost in a predictive way, like, hey, you need to go out and start trimming things in a certain spot. So it's very non-intrusive, right? So it's a low-hanging fruit in the sense that you can save a lot of money doing it, and it doesn't affect customers or negatively affect customers. You don't need a lot of buy-in to do it. So low-hanging fruit. And there are some startups that are doing this and starting to work with, kind of developing the software as a service products and working with utilities. But I think that this is just one area of tremendous opportunity. Another is in the EV space. So I think or at least I default to frequently thinking about how algorithms and all the new tools can really be used for optimizing power flows, which hopefully we get to as well. But a lower hanging fruit even is just using kind of the smartness of like where you can see different anomalies in the data to just detect who owns an EV in the first place. So it turns out that this was not straightforward without having data linked between different socioeconomics, housing data, purchasing data. So data silos will ultimately be a theme towards the end of this discussion as well, is that a lot of the new tools, if you just have some information, really granular information on electricity consumption, you can start to see some anomalies in the data where you can detect whether an EV might exist there. Why is this useful, even if you're not optimizing power flows? Well, you can do a little bit more customer segmentation to get electricity tariffs right. So we know that dynamic pricing has the potential to like shift people's behavior a bit, right? So if it's going to be really, really cheap to charge your vehicle at a certain time of day, maybe you'll pay attention to that. And so it's just got a very like kind of low-hanging fruit way of trying to solve a problem that otherwise is going to take a while to develop and kind of deploy otherwise. Oh boy, I don't have that much more time. Okay, I'm gonna go a little faster. So another easy one, another like not so sexy one is asset management. So similar to the vegetation case, a lot of the new tools and just data generation can really provide a lot of information remotely about like when pieces of equipment are gonna start failing, when they need to be upgraded, different corrosion issues, things like that. So just ways to speed this up. And I think that this is a place where startups have the ability to do it and to work with utilities to help them do it. On the power flow optimization side, this is where I think that there's actually it's going to be one of the harder ones. And I think we know that, but like, I don't know. I mean, sometimes I think the default thinking is like, oh, utilities getting this real-time data. Like, of course they can use it and they're going to optimize things and automate everything. The first is that like, actually the data is not as granular as like it really needs to be in order for that to happen. Like electrons just flow. It's like milliseconds. And so you really need like the software that can manage all of that as well. And this is, again, a big organizational integration problem. And then you also face some different regulatory challenges and consumer uptake challenges as well. So I'm hopeful that we can get there. But in order to think through that, I want to think about the historical case kind of against startups in the clean tech space and then for them. And hopefully I can leave us with at least 10 minutes for Q&A. Okay, so unique nature of tough tech, right? So this is kind of a historical case against startups in tough tech or in clean tech. High fixed costs, high barriers to entry, extremely long time lags between kind of idea generation, so the initial research that might happen in universities or labs, and commercialization, right? So venture capitalists to make money in 5 to 7 years historically. And we'll learn a lot. So I'm going to leave a lot of the kind of private finance conversation to the experts that are surrounding me here. And I'm looking forward to learning from you all on that. But really long timelines, right? And VCs need to make money faster. And a lot of these ideas that, demonstration projects and piloting, it can take well over 10 years in the energy space. And historically, really kind of highly uncertain market. And in Europe, we've had carbon pricing and everything for a lot longer than we don't have any, like I've given up on this with the US. So like, at least for now, like it's going to be really hard. I will always say that carbon pricing should be the first thing. Carbon taxes should be the first thing we think about here. But absent that, what can we think about? So, but just highly uncertain market. Do we have like people are going to buy this technology? And what's policy doing, right? So policy uncertainty, if you're not internalizing the cost of carbon, it's hard to think about, well, can a renewable energy compete early on? So these were some of the early barriers. Not really great for startups when you do need to try to show returns within a few years. And so in some work from a few years ago, it says 2022, but I think we did this in like 2019. So the data is cut off in 2018. But on the left-hand side here, what I'm showing you is the number of companies that were founded in the kind of clean tech space relative to fossil and grid management, which would just be like kind of digital stuff. And you can see this like kind of huge spike that happened right around just leading up to 2010, and then a huge fall. So this is what I think many of us have kind of seen, this like huge kind of like, I don't want to call it failure or, but really, I mean, it was at the time, is that these clean tech companies weren't able to generate returns for venture capitalists quickly enough. And then we see all of that funding start to fall as well. So that's what fell. And so the blue line here is the clean space, right? So 25 billion on clean tech startups was spent, lost half their money. Returns were only about 16 cents on a dollar, right? So there was just a lot of like, I don't know, lack of excitement would be a nice way of putting it around clean tech for a while. But things are looking different, right? For a few reasons. Policy environment, I think, at least in the US, it's a huge win to have the Inflation Reduction Act moving forward. That creates more market certainty. And when you have a buyer of things and manufacturing occurring in the US, and an appetite from investors that then follow. So I want to hear more about that. I'm going to flip through these few slides very quickly, just to say that investment is soaring in the space. This is including manufacturing as well, but not as quickly as I would like to see. Either way, energy and industry, retail is kind of just end products in the clean tech space, like solar panels and wind turbines, but this is soaring. Likewise, it's fun to like in Europe. So the trends over the last 10 years or so, we can see how on the right, all the way on the right-hand side, that they're really taking off in the carbon and energy space as well. Whereas kind of some of the investing that's happening in software or health and has been declining relative to that. But you can see this kind of this increasing, this is not just, you know, it's a pretty global phenomenon. And okay, so before doing that, so pretty, you know, global phenomenon. And I think that like, so one thing that's just, there's clearly like a market for it now. But one of the things that I've been curious about is whether, you know, in order to like resolve the timeline issue with venture capitalists, there's been a lot of movement around these like new creative investment types of models where the capital is a bit more patient, right? So we're going to hear from, I think, Mike Carney later today and a few others about like these different models where the objective is to invest in tough tech and to be a little bit more tolerant if you're not getting returns for at least like 7 to 10 years, and to just like take a slightly different portfolio type of approach and to take more risk. One thing that like struck me in the last 2 years is, you know, what are the opportunities here for even just the innovation process itself to become a lot faster, such that like those models are great and super important and super helpful, but maybe like VCs might increasingly be interested if AI tools can be used to discover faster, to rule out different alternative like lab testing and things like that, things that typically happen in that early stage part of doing research and development when you're innovating, have become, in theory, a lot easier and a lot faster in certain settings. So these tools can help you kind of identify what might be the best material or combination of materials to try in different settings. You can build kind of digital models, digital twins of different technologies and people and processes to do these demonstrations and simulations without actually building something physical. So the valleys of death that we talk about in the space, the technological ones and then the commercialization ones, you know, I don't know. We don't have the data on this yet, but I'll be curious to see if this can help to like compress that timeline a little bit. We're still going to have a lot of like regulatory issues and things like that. But in terms of that initial tech development and demonstration, I really just hope to see that there's some kind of acceleration there. So with that in mind, what do I think might be some policy priorities and in the context of thinking about startups? I can't, as an economist, not say that we should get the prices right. I'm not even going to consider this a policy priority. It just should be baseline. Carbon pricing, important. This is an example here just from Nigeria, like what we saw after, removing some fuel subsidies, and go figure, solar really starts to take off. So markets work, incentives work. That should be a baseline thing that we think about. But one thing that I really want to emphasize is the importance of removing silos. And multiple types of silos. So 3 different types that come to mind for me are organizational silos. I'll give some examples: data silos, and policy and government-oriented silos. What do I mean by organization silos? So this is like the collaboration, the partnerships amongst different types of organizations within the innovation ecosystem, we could say. So startups with even more established firms, with utilities, with the investors, with universities and national labs that are developing the technology as well. So as one example, don't worry about the table and the numbers here, but some research has shown that, startups probably can be a pretty important critical bridge in that commercialization kind of process when bringing research from university labs to market. So some research looking at funding, federal funding that goes to universities as well as to other types of organizations and startups. It turns out that it was funding to universities. That was the only type of funding for these kind of like really startup, like basic research types of projects that were associated with an increase in quality adjusted entrepreneurship. But bulk of startups actually have no connection to universities, right? So there are a lot of there are like increasingly that's the case. And I just feel silly saying that at MIT because we have a ton of that at MIT, but it's not, it's not everywhere. There's a lot of agglomeration. But it just, there's a huge kind of potential little, set of research to tap into here where startups can really play an important role. Another, I alluded to these ideas of digital twins. So twins, this is not just building robots and like kind of twins of people electronically, but also digital like representations of physical objects, processes, things like the grid. And so this is an area where I think, so like in terms of silos, removing organizational silos, we can think about removing the silos between startups and utilities. So helping, there are these startups that are developing the technologies and just helping the utilities start to leverage that and integrate that into their systems can be extremely useful. And there are some kind of promising examples out there of this happening. And then data silos. So the technology and the software and the solutions really can only be as good as the data, right? And so we're really limited though at the end of the day. So there's the technology things, right? The hardware that'll just need to keep advancing. But we also are really limited by not being able to access data and connect data across different, say, government agencies to assess like what types of policy tools and subsidies actually work best. So you can think about how like data on socioeconomics and like housing would be really useful to connect with electricity consumption data to understand EV charging and patterns and behavior. It's like really difficult to convince government agencies sometimes, at least in the US, to do this. I actually have had more success doing it in the UK when I was there for a few years. So it's just like a matter of like removing some silos between government agencies to facilitate more data sharing can be super, super useful. And then also trying to address some of the issues with actually like startups even being able to access, or companies or like utilities for that matter, properly accessing data on consumption. So there's frequently, these challenges where consumers are willing to share data with the utility, kind of have to, but don't want to agree to sharing it with other companies that might then use it to be able to build the tools that utilities can use to increase the grid reliability, right? So it becomes a bit of a circular challenge. I'm almost there. Okay, and so accessing data can be really, costly and time consuming for consumers as well. I think this is a big part of what drives the lack of response on the consumer side. So just kind of providing that data can be super, super useful, or developing just like non-disclosure agreements and things like that so that companies can use the data to build the tools that we really need. Now on the policymaking side, so I have a handful of papers. I'm only going to talk about one for 20 seconds around the unintended consequences of policy interactions. And a big part of like kind of what creates some of these, what will be negative policy interactions, is that policies tend to, like, when they're targeting different things, tend to be developed in silos in their own agencies or in their own kind of divisions, right? And so if you were to think about subsidies or direct grants for research and development in general, that's going to be one funding agency that's responsible for that, or maybe in energy, it's the Department of Energy. But then research and development tax credits, they're designed in Treasury, right, and implemented in Treasury. And so, but they have very like interdependent types of effects on the way that the incentives that companies would have to tap into them and also to use to invest. And one that this is a very kind of fresh working paper at the moment that still needs some work, but I'm just showing you some preliminary results. That, there's been a lot of work by, Antoine and others here showing the effectiveness of carbon taxes on steering innovation towards green solutions and how it really can have an effect. But what we do in this paper is take a look at, well, often talk about then how tax credit or R&D subsidies and tax credits can have these complementary effects, right? So carbon pricing or taxes might induce some behavior here, but for companies that are constrained, that can't invest up front, some type of R&D subsidy might be helpful. But actually what we're finding is that they have these negative effects. So when you have a positive effect of the carbon tax on green innovation, increasing the rate of a R&D tax credit actually dampens that effect. So this is a study of industrial firms in the UK. We think that what's going on here is a story around path dependence. And so if you have a completely technology neutral tax credit, companies are going to invest in whatever's like kind of cheapest or easiest to invest in. And so what's cheapest and easiest is what you've been doing for longer. And so if you've been investing in oil and gas for longer, that's what you're going to use the tech neutral tax credit for. So the implication here is that in order to see some of these complementary effects, we think that it has to be a more directed subsidy, but that's very preliminary. Okay, so policy recommendation 2 of 5, but these are faster, is the first is to increase tolerance for failure. So governments have funding agencies have an incentive to really maximize the chances of success because that's how they continue to get money, right? So if you can go back and report like, hey, I've invested in all these projects that have done really well, then they continue to get funding. But those possibly also might be the types of projects that the market would have produced anyway without that funding. And really the role of government should be to create additionality, to kind of produce the things that the market wouldn't produce otherwise. That requires taking bigger shots. And I really want to also go back to this idea around the need for advancement in the industrial sector. This can include digitalization and software-based things, but really in a way that's more targeted, right? So we currently, well, on the fundamental science and tech side, over a third of the emissions reductions that are occurring in these scenarios that like the net zero scenarios we need to achieve, they're currently only in development. So there's like still a big hard tech need. But then there's also potential to think about digitalization that's specific to that space. So I just think that should be a priority moving forward. The fourth is around creating and steering talent. So innovation starts with people for the most part. I mean, we hope that, the AI tools are, they can be very creative actually. And but I think what's going to happen, at least in probably our lifetimes, is that they're going to be complementary to humans in the innovation process. But like a lot of the economic research hasn't really been clear about, well, how do you actually get like new PhD scientists and researchers to study energy as opposed to anything else that CS or material science might be useful for. So I have some research showing that kind of direct funding from the Department of Energy can induce that. Seems to work well. And I'll just wrap up by saying, don't let doomsday fear get in the way. There's just a lot of hesitation around these tools. And I think that we need to manage this very carefully. There's a lot of like regulatory catch up that we need to see. We do need to think about job displacement, but these tools can have really good benefits. They can bring a lot of social value if they are exploited correctly. So I started by saying, I was a hopeful pessimist before. These are two questions I get asked a lot because I work in these two spaces, climate change, digitalization. When people ask me if I think we're going to solve it, hopeful pessimist, digitalization going to play a role, cautious optimist, but that's when they're asked kind of separately. And so it's putting together this talk that made me think about, well, what about when we put that together? Can digitalization and advances in AI help us solve climate change? I think this makes me more of a cautiously hopeful optimist. So I'll stop there. Sorry for going over. Yeah. Next.
Thank you so much, Jacqueline, for the for the talk. So as you saw, I think people must think I'm a very bad chairperson because I didn't cut Jacqueline. But there's two reasons for this. One, it was a great talk, but the second one is it's actually Jacqueline's birthday today, so I couldn't do it. So happy birthday, Jacqueline. It was, yeah. So for that reason, also only nice questions are allowed, obviously. So we have time for a few of them. Is there anyone who wants to start in the room? Jerry, yes, sure.
Okay, if I may, I'll break the ice because then I'm going to have to join you to go take care of another meeting as well. But again, a great talk, and you identified a few areas of these barriers we need to break down. I know we're going to talk a lot, probably in committee meetings and so forth, about how we break down government silos, because we know agencies don't often talk enough to each other. And we've been trying to work on that in various groups here. In fact, with your neighbor right there, Johannes, for some time, thinking about how we improve governance across agencies. I wanted to come back though to your question of breaking down data silos. And I wonder in this space as well, there's been a lot of work within government agencies in trying to advance accessibility of publicly held data. Could you say something as well about the importance of privately held data in helping with climate change and energy transitions in particular? Is it that most of the data that we need is in government hands or in scientists' hands through climate data, or what other silos do we need to try to open? And do you have any ideas how to give us the key to unlock it?
Yeah, I need to, yeah. Yeah, so really good question. So I think that, in terms of the publicly available data that's super important for climate change and energy transitions is like weather data, things like that, and any government type of funding data that's out there, and innovation outcomes. So things like patents are very kind of measurable, but maybe we can come up, I think some privately held data that's increasingly public-ish as say like the efficiency improvements of certain technologies to be able to measure innovation progress a little bit differently or better, more precisely. But I think just the electricity consumption data question is that's a really difficult one where people don't want to necessarily share all of that data. And if we don't have a more comprehensive rollout of certain types of meters that can collect it, it's hard. You need data down to the millisecond really to be able to optimize power flows. So that would be a big one. And then even I don't know if this is private or not, but an example that comes to mind about mostly through government and funding agency breakdowns, but one that's not, it wasn't all publicly available data. So an example in the UK was when, so they have different funding agencies for different spaces. So social sciences versus engineering and things like that. And up until a few years ago, the data sets and the processes were all managed separately by all of the agencies. But now in the last few years, they've brought that together all under one roof. I don't know if there's anybody here that was working on that at the time, but super useful for first of all, aligning public funding along the same problem. If you're going to identify a problem where you need material science and engineering, these interdisciplinary problems that we're trying to solve, it was useful for that. And then also for being able to see what's the effects of these different funding programs on the outcomes, because it brought together more patenting data and publication data. And so some of the more comprehensive data sets on publications, I always think of them as public because I can access them through MIT, but they're not public. So things like that. And I think electricity consumption and finance data, very, very granular data, can be useful and stuff that a lot of academics have access to, but isn't necessarily accessible to companies. Yeah.
Is there another question in the room or online? I can ask you a question about, oh yes, please go ahead.
I was very much thrilled about the slide you presented on the energy consumption of AI, of ChatGPT, etc. I think you pointed out the example of ChatGPT. So what's your expectation on the problem of the energy consumption of AI in the future? So maybe it's a trade-off in a way. Right? AI may help to save energy, but it also costs a lot of energy. And I'm not sure what's exactly the point of maybe of changing or whatever. I would like to know about it.
Yeah, thank you. That's a really tough question, and one where I would have been more pessimistic relative to some of my other comments. But so data center, I mean, so there's potential for, actually, I don't know for sure what the limit is, but my understanding of the data is that we're starting to hit a plateau on the efficiency improvements that would be possible at data centers. And that's ultimately like kind of a big part of what matters here. And just the like related to the efficiency potential for these things too. And that worries me because I think like that's how we've managed, at least in the US, I think so far, to actually build out a lot of data centers without like emissions per capita coming down. And there's been that innovation happened pretty quickly with gaining those efficiency gains. But there's a physical limit. Physics can only take you so far. And that's what worries me a bit. I mean, if we're able to build out renewable plants with all the storage that you need so that you have these like on-site little, islands where you don't have to tap into the grid, I think that's probably the best way forward at the moment. But I think an engineer should answer this question. Yeah.
So actually, my cousin is an engineer, and he's building the swimming pool for the Paris Olympics. And so what he did is to offer to a data center the basement of the swimming pool. So it's a data center, and the heat that produces, that's going to heat the pool. That sounds very clever, but I'm not sure, you can do that in every single data center across the country. So there's probably these, physical limits. So unfortunately, we have to stop taking questions because we are now moving into the second part of that session, the roundtable discussion, which Julien will moderate. So thanks again, Jacqueline, for the great talk. And Julien, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Antoine, and thank you, Jacqueline, for the great presentation. So yes, I will moderate this first panel discussion, which will focus on the role of startups as enablers of the digital and green transition, with potentially an emphasis on the intersection between the green and the digital in line with what Jacqueline also presented. And we will explore effective strategies for mobilizing the innovation potential of startup companies. Actually, when I saw the lineup of this panel, I was very thrilled because we really have very good experts from both the private and the public sector. We have 4 in this room and 1 online, so I can very quickly mention you. So we have here clockwise on my left, Laima Balcione, is that the right pronunciation, from Sunrise Technology Park. Then we have Henrik Kudberg from the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Communication of Estonia. On my right, we have Terry Vapola from Green Code Ventures and Johannes Welling from the Ministry of Economic Affairs, Industry, Climate Action and Energy of the state of North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. And online, we have also Daichi Murakami from the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, Japan. So we are going to first start with a very quick round of introduction, but introduction of your work, also in the context of the topic of this session, because we have now a flavor of what is going to be the upcoming discussion. But I would like the audience to get to know you better. I think that some of you have prepared some presentations. So I will give you just a few minutes to each of you to go through these slides or presentation that you have prepared. And then I will follow up in a second round with more specific questions. So we will start again clockwise, and I will start with you, Laima. So Laima, you are the director of Sunrise Tech Park in Vilnius, which supports startups with incubation programs, mentorship, and a network of experts and investors. You are also a founder of Clean Tech Cluster Lithuania, and you are leading the Lithuanian chapter of Clean Tech for Baltics. So I don't know if your presentation is ready for Laima. Yes. So I give you the floor, Laima.
Thank you. Yes, today I'm wearing several hats, several caps, and perhaps the main one is Sunrise Tech Park. and Tech Park celebrates more than 20 years working with startups, working in research and science environment. And to understand the environment that we are in, here is a map of San Luis Valley campus. Actually, this is one of the biggest, or perhaps even biggest campus in the Baltic countries in terms of numbers, numbers of students, numbers of scientists. So students, we have more than 20,000, more than 5,000 scientists and researchers within the campus. And as a tech park, we represent business part in it. Yep, I can move further. During these 20 years, our main mission is to nurture and foster entrepreneurship, startups and spin-offs creation, specifically the ones that are innovation-based, research-based. And our two main directions actually is transition. It happened very naturally because about clean tech, we started to talk and to work in that sector in 2014. So before it was cool, at least in Lithuania. Another sector is deep tech. Mainly here we talk about software and hardware. So for clean tech, just like Julian mentioned, we established Clean Tech Cluster Lithuania that unites 45 organizations, starting with universities and last but not least, spin-offs and startups. Another very sound initiative is Clean Tech for Baltics. It's a policy advocacy network organization based backed with coalitions, which helps to bring industries, startups and scale-ups together with policymakers. Another quite sound initiative is Clean Tech Catalyst. This is the first of its kind incubator launched in Lithuania, actually yesterday. One more initiative is Futurepreneurs, again, first of its kind in Lithuania, pre-accelerator for sustainability. So it counts 8 years already. For the deep tech, very shortly, we do lots of activities. For instance, we're working with CERN. For 4 years, we were incubator of CERN technologies, and last year we signed a contract to be one of the national representatives of CERN Venture Connect program. Also last year, we started Seeds of Bravery project funded by European Innovation Council. For deep tech entrepreneurs and startups, Ukrainian startups that are split all across Europe. And I think my time is up. So thank you, and let's keep in touch, and I will elaborate.
Thank you, Laima, and I will come back to you because you will have more time to develop around some of these initiatives. Then we have Henrik. So Henrik, you are a startup policy strategist at the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Communication of Estonia. So you have notably helped to develop the startup ecosystem in Estonia by coordinating policies and measures directed towards startups. So please, Henrik.
Yeah, hello everyone. Absolute pleasure to be here. I'm Henrik. As you said, I work for the Ministry of Economic Affairs. My area is startup policy, so that basically means formulating various policy instruments to support the startup ecosystem in Estonia, and also the kind of capital market and private equity landscape as well. I will do a brief presentation about Estonia as well, just to keep everyone on the loop. So yeah, Estonia is Northern Europe's kind of hub for knowledge and digital business. We're quite well known in that sphere. We're one of the leaders as well of attracting foreign direct investments in the Central Eastern Europe parts. We're only 1.3 million people, so here are a few key institutions that we're part of as well. And we're also first quite often in the OECD PISA tests levels, and we're very well known also for our digitalization level at least in the public sector sphere. So for us, the Ministry of Economic Affairs, innovation and supporting innovation has always been a big priority. In our long-term development plan for entrepreneurship and research and development, we have set high goals to increase the productivity and added value of our economy. And we see that we can only do this through innovation transition. I have listed a few, like an incomplete menu of state interventions as well here, but I'm not going to go through them at this point. I'll probably go back in discussion to them as well. Yeah, in regards of our startup ecosystem, for a relatively small population, we do have quite a bit of startups. So currently 1,400 plus startups, 10 unicorns, and all of the startups that we have raised 3.5 billion euros since 2010. One of the key instruments has always been Startup Visa as well, which kind of helps us to bring foreign talent outside of EU into Estonia. It's important for us because approximately 30% of the startups founded in Estonia are Startup Visa people. And yeah, and we do have 10 unicorns as well that are listed here. So in terms of defining the unicorn, we use kind of a broader definition because we're very proud of the Estonians also operating abroad. But if they have founded a unicorn, then we also count them in. So in terms of per capita, Estonia always wins. So here are a few indicators where we are winning. So that is startups per capita, unicorns per capita. It is 6 times of Europe's average, and the capital raised per capita is also 8 times of Europe's average. Moving on, so a few key success factors, in my opinion, why we're quite good in developing startups is where we have ease of doing business is super efficient. So it takes under 3 hours to start a company in Estonia. We're super paperless and hassle-free in terms of e-taxation and also having a very simple tax system as well. In my opinion, the early kind of decisions and focuses after gaining independence to focus on innovation and startup policies also played a pivotal role in terms of focusing on startups and having the political sphere and administrative sphere come together to support the ecosystem. Startup Visa already mentioned, IT education has always been a part of Estonia's initiating story as well. So since around 20 and plus years ago, we started focusing on kind of having computers in schools and focus on IT educating our younger people as well. We called it Tiger Leap. And of course, it's always hard work involved and quite often some luck as well. We do have an extensive entrepreneurial mindset woven into our culture. And the luck part, I think, is having Skype as one of our initial super successful stories, which also helped us gain more investors and more willing people to do another startups. Yeah, and to finish off, so Startup Estonia is one of our key instruments to support the startup ecosystem in Estonia. They're a governmental organization. They do have 3 operational pillars to support the ecosystem. They have a bottom-up approach as well. So in that sense, they are a governmental entity, but they do involve a lot of the opinions of startups and kind of work as an internal lobbyist in a way. But the 3 pillars are to work towards having the most favorable regulative and business environment in Estonia, support the ecosystem in multiple ways through organizing events and bringing the community together, as well as providing access to early stage capital, organizing different accelerator programs, and so on. And as Lima also had a focus on deep tech, we do have a strong focus on deep tech as well as an umbrella initiative. So clean tech is also part of deep tech. But in the following 5 years or 10 years, we're directing a lot of efforts towards supporting deep tech because the largest market failures exist there. And we do have a KPI for 2030 as well, which is 500 deep tech startups in Estonia. That's short in from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Henrik. And the slide on Estonia always wins is quite telling, impressive. Then I turn to Terry Vapola. So Terry, you are the founder and managing partner at Green Code Ventures, which invests in digital first, early phase green transition startups across Europe and Israel. And your company is particularly interested in accelerating the green transition. So again, just have a short.
And I think the slides are also somewhere coming up, I guess. Yes. So I want to start with this slide. This is Patrick, our analyst, and we would like to consider ourselves tree huggers. So kind of being in the area of actually focusing on what happens to the planet and making a difference and bringing our part into that area. We also consider ourselves very much capitalists at the same time. So obviously we are dealing with the biggest capital reallocation of our time. And if you think about it in startup terms, we are in a very large market, which is growing really rapidly, and lots of innovation needed in order to bring it into the market. Obviously, this figure is including everything. But then at the same time, if you can bring the solutions which solve some of the real problems what we are facing today, it's ought to be a great opportunity for a capitalist. As said, so kind of a mouthful of saying we are focusing on kind of a certain niche out of the green transition. So green transition as an area is 100% what we do, but even within that, we are taking a certain lens, which is exactly today's topic. So focusing on digital solutions into this field. We say digital first because sometimes you might need some hardware enablement into those technologies. But we would not invest in solutions which are taking longer than a fund life cycle to scale, because I completely agree to kind of some of the challenges of this area. And then, of course, we will hear later today also different models where we focus on longer lifetime. Why we wanted to focus on the shorter lifetime also, so it was a conscious choice, of course, from our perspective. It is coming back to the first question, picture of the tree huggers. So if you think about and look at any of the reports and any of the conclusions which we heard the starting point from, we are already at the landed time. So if you think about the solutions which we need to bring, and this is not to put solutions against each other, we need the long view, but we also need the short view. And especially today, looking at the IPCC report, like almost half of the CO2 emissions and greenhouse gas emissions which we have today, we should get rid of within this decade, so by 2030, and we are already in the year 4. So then the question of what can we do now becomes even more important, and finding those solutions into those needs. Obviously, startups are not going to solve it. They are going to bring certain parts of the puzzle into very systemic problem, but that's the area, of course, where we are going to focus, and we are focusing on. In particular, we are focusing on the you could say most challenging areas. So looking at the technologies where you have most of the greenhouse gases today. So if you can find those solutions into those areas, you can have a biggest impact. So we look at energy, we look at the mobility, we look at built environment and industrial solutions. And I was also quite happy to see some of our former portfolio companies we had invested earlier in the previous presentation. So we look at digital twins, we look at solutions like vegetation management and the kind of solutions exactly as discussed earlier. What we can bring, so obviously venture capitalist is a very, how would I say, like hands-on type of capitalist business. So we work very closely with the startups. So we don't just do allocations, or we don't just do buying shares, but we actually go in and work with those startups to help them grow. So then it's not just about the money, but what can we bring into the ecosystem? What are the networks, what we can leverage? What is our prior background, which we can bring into the startup so that we can help them scale and help them scale faster? So from our perspective, since we have chosen to focus on very narrow niche, that of course enables us to have a lot of substance matter expertise, which is of course from our past, what we had done earlier, and bringing those into the benefit of our portfolio companies. So focusing on this particular area. So I think that was my last slide. So I hand it over to the next one.
Thank you, Terry. Next, we have Johannes Welling. So you are, Johannes, the Director General for Digitalization and Startups at the Ministry of Economic Affairs, Industry, Climate Action and Energy of the state of North Rhine-Westphalia in Germany. And you have obviously an extensive experience in designing startup policies. So please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Actually, I'm here. Maybe I have two hats on my head. The first one is I used to work for the federal government for, as you said, altogether 22 years, but 14 years on startup issues. And since 2018, I work for the federal state government in North Rhine-Westphalia. North Rhine-Westphalia is the biggest province in Europe, I would say, with 18 million people, which is as much as the Netherlands or as much as Austria and Switzerland together. So, but it is, of course, one step below. It's not a state not a country in this way. But therefore, I combine a little bit the experience on a country level, on a regional level. So what I want to point out here is I brought this slide here with you. With me. I'm sorry, it is not in English, so it's a bit spontaneous slide here, but which gives you an overview on what we do in Germany on the federal level. I think most of it is in English anyway, except the word Gründende, which means entrepreneurs. So I think you can understand it. And what you see is a combination of grants, venture capital funds, funder funds, etc. And the German government has issued a so-called future fund like 3 years ago, which encompasses 10 billion euro, which is distributed among many different instruments, which you find part of those instruments here in the slide. I myself was responsible for all those measures you find here, which are grants. So it's a dark blue part, so the exist part, invest, German accelerator, those where you give money or you give advice to, or you give grants or advice to companies. And also the high-tech Gründerfonds. I think it's also the reason I should tell you a little bit more later on. So what you can see also is there are many new instruments. For example, if you take the red bar here, the Deep Tech and Climate Fund, where you see just by the branding climate that also Germany puts a lot of effort on climate issues. So which also points out by the name of the fund, but you can see it also in other initiatives that the climate issues are very much stressed upon the investment policy right now by public funds in a way. you find it on that level, on the federal level, but also I could tell you a little bit more on North Westphalia, where we also put effort on investing more money, give more money if there is a climate context, for example, or also the strategy of funds are coined towards digitalization on the one way and climate funds on the other way. So you can find this all through the process or through the different instruments. So I think I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Johannes. I had the impression that my German got very good at some point, but no, indeed, a lot of terms are the same. And then we have our fifth panelist, which is online. We have with us Daichi Murakami. I don't know if you can, yeah, you hear us, and can you speak? Yeah.
Yes, I'm
Okay,
here.
perfect. So Daichi, you are director at the Environmental Economy Office of the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry in Japan. You have been involved in climate change policy using carbon pricing, finance, and other policy tools, including startups. So please, the floor is yours.
Okay. Hello, I'm Daichi Murakami from the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry in Japan. I'm very sorry I will not be able to visit that beautiful city of in Paris in person, but I'm very happy to be able to participate from Asia here. And I'm involved in the environment. I'm involved in the government's strategy on net zero and policy design such as carbon pricing. And more recently, I've been designing climate tech startups policies. So I'd like to talk mainly from green perspective at this workshop today. So could you show my presentation? Thank you. And so could you go to the next page? Okay. The next page. Okay, thank you. And so this is the core concept of Japanese net zero strategies, pro-growth carbon pricing concept. And the greatest difficulty for climate tech startups is that the market for valuing emission reductions is not already mature. So with this carbon pricing concept, we are implementing investment promotion in carrot and stick approach, large scale with large scale support with Japan Climate Transition Bond, the left one, and the gradual approach of carbon pricing is the right one. And please next page. And this is an overview of climate tech. We call climate tech as GX startup in Japan. GX means green transformation. Green transformation means achieve net zero and economic growth simultaneously. And to accelerate the social deployment of technologies needed for net zero, we will provide support of 20 million yen, approximately 133,000 yen, over 5 years to climate techs. In our startup policies, we focus on how to achieve demand acquisition. So there are 3 points. The first is pre-seed and initial capital investment support, in addition to existing R&D support, and support for the next is support for demand development in cooperation with participating companies in the GX3. GX3 is a Japanese group of companies that sets their own ambitious target, and they are and ambitious about achieving carbon neutrality. GX League has 568 companies as of 2023. And third point is the financial support, such as debt guarantees by the GX Promotion Agency. And we are promoting the venture debt. And I would be happy to discuss more specific afterwards. I look forward to a great discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Daichi, and indeed you will have the opportunity to go more in the details of these instruments. So now we have finished this first round, so I hope that the audience is now a bit more familiar with our panelists. Maybe you can already think, based on what you have seen, of questions that you may have for the different panelists, but let me just have another round of questions with our panel. And then I will open the floor to the people in the room, but also online. And if you want to ask a question to the whole panel, please do so. Or if you want to target someone in particular, you can do so as well. But let me first have another round of questions as follow-up of your first presentation. And I will do it in the same order, if that's okay with you. So we come back to you, Leima. So Leima, Lithuania has made progress in positioning itself as a hub for innovation, not only in the digital tech sector, but also in clean tech. And based on your experience, and here I'm thinking, for example, of the clean tech cluster experience that you have, can you tell us more about the initiatives, partnerships that you have initiated to enhance cross-border collaboration? And also technology transfer between Lithuanian startups and their counterparts. And maybe you can also tell us from the policy perspective, how can policymakers further facilitate such international collaboration to strengthen the startup ecosystem?
Thank you for the question. During my presentation, I showed one slide with lots of logos. And mainly all of them are a result of international or cross-border partnerships and collaborations. Just to mention a few, I would say this one perhaps is the most relevant today to our workshop is Clean Tech for Baltics initiative. Actually the initiator was Estonia. So thanks to Clean Tech Estonia organization, and together with them and Green Tech Cluster Latvia, we established Clean Tech for Baltics, which is mainly backed by Breakthrough Energy and Clean Tech Group, both from the US. And our sister organization is Clean Tech for Europe. What we do within this initiative, as I said previously, we are bridging industry, startups and scale-ups with policymakers. And of course, the main goal is to make their voice heard on the policy agenda, and of course to put more public and private investments into clean tech. On some more practical note about partnerships and collaborations, as an example, we have one of the largest corporate energy companies within Baltic and Scandinavian countries. It's Ignitis Group. And they have open infrastructure for testing, for validation. One of it is 1 megawatt battery. And Baltic countries are using it. So, for instance, Estonian companies are coming and testing their products and services when it comes to energy. Actually, Lithuania, it's a bit a different topic now, but it's From the renewable sources, last year we had 30% of all the energy that we need. And it's calculated that in several years' time, all the Baltic countries will have 7 times more energy than we need. So it also opens a huge window for innovations, for startups, and of course, again, it is another way of energy security, not for only for Baltic countries, but also for more for bigger countries that have energy intensive industries. What else on the policy side? I would say that what can be put on the political agenda, of course, lots of measures are already there. Sometimes we need to foster that and to use them more and more. It's like nature. Nature does not like empty spots. So the same is in the innovation ecosystem. If we will have a great educational system, entrepreneurial education, but there will be no incubators, accelerators, or some lack of VCs, then we will have problem. On the other side, if we will have a great innovation ecosystem in terms of incubators and other innovation support services, but no talents, no ideas to work with, then again, we have a problem. So we need to have the full ecosystem. And at least in Lithuania, it's kind of, we have all those elements. But what might be strengthened, I would say, innovation as a service. It's not a magic recipe. But when we speak about bigger companies that sometimes do not have enough resources or are lacking time or sometimes do not understand the benefits that startups provide, so they need to be pushed. And intermediaries like tech parks, like incubators, accelerators, they can help and at this point.
Thank you, Laima, for this quite comprehensive answer. I'm going directly to Henrik because actually time is running and I would like to open the floor after. Henrik, about Estonia. Estonia has become clearly a digital forerunner. And actually, relative to its size, Estonia has one of the largest venture capital market in Europe and in the OECD. And it has, as you have shown it, a thriving tech ecosystem. Now, at the same time, Estonia remains one of the most carbon-intensive economies in the OECD. So if we want to approach that with a question, so what role do startup companies play in Estonia's path to net zero? And how does Estonia plan to leverage its innovative ecosystem to decarbonize the economy?
Thank you for the question. Excuse me, yes, 1 sec. I would say the clean tech companies that Estonia has, their importance is increasing across time to promote, to at least to provide solutions that are also exportable outside of the country. In terms of the clean tech sector itself, I think it's still emerging in a sense that approximately we have 100 clean tech companies. Obviously, quite a bit of them don't provide some really meaningful impact, but at least they're dealing with the right topic. And we see a lot of willingness to innovate as well from the incumbent side as well, or at least it's increasing, and the willingness to collaborate with startups as well is on the rise. So every year, one of our major banks in Estonia also does a survey that kind of looks at the collaboration episodes between industry and the startups, and this has been increasing as well. So last year, I think it was 15% of the industry partners said that they have collaborated in some way or another, and they see the value of for the clients, and they see the value for themselves as well to at least make their processes quite a bit more than providing something for the clean tech sector as well. And we do have scenarios that are focusing also on the potential areas where we can innovate more in the clean tech sphere. May it be alternative meats and also, as you mentioned, the digitalization of industries. So the green sector cannot be completed without the digital interference in that sense. And as Estonia also already has a great success stories from the digital sphere, we can definitely use that as well with our clean tech companies. So there's a huge spillover effect there as well taking place.
Thank you, Henrik, and thank you also for coming back to this intersection between these two dimensions. Terry, I have some information about you that before founding Green Code, you were actually leading the corporate venture capital arm of a Finnish energy company. So that's quite interesting because as we have seen in the presentation of Jacqueline, there was this kind of collapse or about 10 to 15 years ago in what may be called the first clean tech wave. We saw many CVC initiatives in the energy sector fail and being discontinued. And sometimes this has been attributed to a lack of cultural fit with energy companies being more conservative and adopting slowly. But there may be also more structural factors with little incentives to innovate. Today, we witness a renaissance of CVC initiatives, including in the energy sector. So what has changed actually in the meantime? Because Jacqueline, you presented the policy perspective from the US. But from your perspective, Terry, do you think the energy sector has learned its lessons when it comes to launching CVC initiatives, or what can you say about this?
I think the energy sector, the utilities have learned a lot. So if you look at the reasons, what were the challenges? So I think as we discussed earlier, the time spans, being able to return on those investments, and also the cultural fit. So being when you have a corporate perspective and you have a change of strategy, or you have change of CEO or top management or market dynamic, it is really, really hard to keep on focusing on something which needs 10 years or more of the lifespan, because it is longer than most of those roles are and the cycles are in the industry. So I think there is an inherent challenge of building up the longevity into the systems. But I think what makes it different in today's era. So one, of course, taking the learnings, mitigating for those learnings, building the structures which can take into account, and also learning from maybe the mistakes from earlier. But I think also the fundamental difference on the energy system. So if you look at the area of what we are dealing with today, so we are dealing with the decarbonization, lots of innovation needed into that area. We need to look at solutions where you used to have a centralized production of energy going into decentralized production. And of course, when you go into that kind of structures, it takes into, you need to digitalize in order to have the smart grid and the capabilities to manage and optimize. And also the volatility and the changes and fluctuations, all of that calls for digitalization. And I think also at the same time, many of the traditional utilities, the digital capabilities are not the strongest point. So companies have lots of experience on the energy systems itself, but bringing those digital capabilities, you can of course build those teams in-house, but you can also collaborate collaborate, and of course startups being quite often the ones who bring new technologies into market and are agile to move, so that collaboration opportunity is of course very great, and therefore bringing into the corporate, bringing the capabilities of innovativeness, bringing new growth, like basis for growth, and creating new revenue streams, and also being just ready to disruption, because in some cases it could be that the next startup coming into the market will actually take your business, and being ready on those kind of occasions and being awake in that sense. So I think all of those call for, or kind of provide the basis of making it more stable this time. But I think jury is still out. So then at the same time, I do think that this collaboration between startups and MNCs or corporates in general. I used to do my PhD on this topic, so it is not an easy area to do, because you have so different players on the same around the same topic, and therefore, of course, we do need to look at the capabilities to build also enhance that cultural fit, and take that into account in a more smart way. And also, I think we as VCs, we can work as a how would I say, conduit of that also. So we can also, of course, we anyways are in the business of startup investment, so that's a natural place for us to look at that part. But then at the same time, we have, you could say, this kind of accumulated know-how of the market trends. So therefore, of course, we can work as insight foresight providers. We can provide co-investment opportunities. We can provide collaboration linkages into those corporates. So I think also the role of VCs like ourselves also help in bridging those gaps.
Thank you, Terry. And I will finish my tour in the room with Johannes. So Johannes, as you said, you have two hats at the state and federal level in Germany. But you have worked on designing startup policies with these two hats over 20 years. You have been involved in the design of various initiatives. And I've seen in your slide that indeed in the startup row, you had one that was quite important and prominent, which was the High-Tech Startup Fund, or HTGF in the German translation. So this is a government venture capital fund that involves big industrial partners, such as, I think, BASF, Bosch, SAP, and all. So the question that I have is about this interplay between the more established players and the startups. So more generally, what role does cooperation between these established players and startups play in the design of startup policies in Germany? And then about the high-tech startup fund, can you tell us more about the experiences with the industry partners, and has the design of this fund deepened cooperation between actually incumbents and startups?
Thank you very much. Actually, as I arrived yesterday here, I read your paper, The Real Entrepreneurial State, a taxonomy of government venture capital funds, and there was the High-Tech Gründerfonds was one of the funds you also were a little bit more elaborate on in the paper. Actually, I think the High-Tech Gründerfonds you just mentioned, start with this and we'll generalize it a little bit later. The collaboration between corporates and startups and the role of government in that field. It has started in 2005 with the third fund, and now we are in the fourth generation. And the High-Tech Gründerfonds is, I think, like the largest fund in Europe investing into startups with 40 deals per year, now 350 startups in the portfolio, and with 1.3 billion euros under management, which is quite a bit. So a huge thing, actually. At that time, it was more a kind of coincidence to put a joint effort on the venture capital market, because the seed market at that time, I think most of you remember the times, 2004, where we issued that fund. It was a joint effort by industry and government to revitalize the seed market in Germany again. And I think, first of all, it's important to see the motivation of the industry to put money in such a fund. It is not much money. You mentioned BASF, you mentioned Bosch, which are huge companies in Germany, and they put between 3 and 5 million euros into the fund, which is still a lot of money, but not for those companies, because of 5 million, you invest over 10 years something, which is 500,000 for BASF is nothing, right? So so it's not a hybrid fund in the way that like the costs are shared equally between industry and government. It is more like bringing in companies for strategic purposes. I think quite important with the Gründerfonds is that the experience of the industry help also to design the fund, because as I know, many government funds are sometimes not professionally in the way of the governance issues. So I think it's quite important to have also the industry part just to make it more professional, just a structure that helped at that time. Experienced a lot of other funds which were less professional and which cost a lot of money. And the second thing is also for, as I said, strategic purposes. For those companies, it is like having the ear to the market, to the startup market. So they have a view on the deal flow, as I said, 40 deals per year. But of course, they get at least 1,000 business plans per year, 1,000 qualified business plans. So this is a huge overview of the market on technology and on new developments in a way, on new business models, etc., which is quite valuable for industry participating here. Of course, it is also enables cooperation. So if you see a startup which fits to your company, you can make a cooperation. You can also, of course, invest into the company. For example, right now, let's say we have the first fund where there are 6 industry companies invested into the fund. The second was 18, the third was 33, and the fourth 45 companies. So quite a bit, 45 companies. It's really a big private share now. But out of those industry partners which invested into the fund, 28 of them invested also into portfolio companies. So it was also an access to portfolio companies in a way. And of course, some of the startups have been taken over by industry partners. So it is a very strategic tool for the partners. And that is also a reason that the number of partners increased over time. As I said, now 42 partners. But so the private part is still 30%. And the government part 70%. So you can imagine that, of course, the private influence or the influence of a single company on the fund is negligible. So it's still a kind of government fund. I think that's very intensive. For me, it is one approach, one strategic approach, how corporates and startup can work together. So it is a kind of access thing where corporates, in my view, sometimes try to come over by having contacts to industry, so to universities, for example. And what's also interesting is that the partners here I've described, they have a big range from former startups, which have invested into the fund, and the big DAX companies. So as I said, BASF, Siemens, Bayer, and so on. So there's a big range. And it is also quite interesting that the big companies still invest to the fund, although they have other channels to have contacts to the startups and also to maybe new development in technologies, etc. So it's quite interesting. So finally, what I want to point out is maybe to the topic incumbents and startups. of course, working together, you all know that you have the not invented here syndrome by companies, by corporates working together with startups. You have to different philosophy. So startups may sometimes think in days and maybe sometimes weeks, but corporates think in weeks and years. It's a big difference. And also like sometimes startups like over promise things they cannot keep, and they may struggle and fail, or they're sometimes a little bit difficult partners for corporates, but they often have a unique technology access and unique business model. Just one example I want to finish with that is in Germany we have the so-called Flaschenpost. Flaschenpost means what is a bottle delivery? It's an English combination. And there is a German family company which is Dr. Oetker's. Probably some of you know it. And they have run a service which is called Durst Express, or Thirst Express, in a way where they delivered bottles or like boxes of bottles to the customers in a way. And they try to enter into the market by having an own startup within their company in a way. But they noticed that the external startups, Flaschenpost, were more successful, much more successful than their own services. What did they do? Of course, they acquired Flaschenpost. They invested over 1 billion euro by that. It was almost a unicorn. They joined it under still the brand Flaschenpost. And also they joined locations and supplemented some locations and kept some location by Durst Express, but the major part of what were by Flaschenpost. So what you see is that for a corporate, it is quite difficult to bring up an own startup within its own walls, I would say. But it's much easier to work together with startups and finally, maybe if it fits to the company policy, to acquire it. So, thank you.
You see, Antoine, I'm not a better chair because I cannot cut this kind of story. But I'm going back online to you, Daichi, just for also finishing this round, and then I will open to the audience. So Daichi, okay, we know that Japan has traditionally focused on R&D in the field of decarbonization technologies. You, as Assistant Director at the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry in Japan, you are directly connected to the planning of the basic policy for the realization of the green transformation. And this is what you have shown in your slides. But okay, you didn't have so much time in the first one, but can you tell us a bit more about what tools you use to support specifically climate tech startups? And in particular, in what ways can startups benefit from the transition funds, the transition bonds that I also saw in your slides? Thank you, Daichi.
Okay, I'll show Japanese policy a little bit more to specify. And the first is a specific support tool. And for climate tech, the most important challenge, we think the most important challenge is that demand is unclear for climate tech products. Therefore, by introducing carbon pricing in Japan, and furthermore, by making GHG reduction a requirement for subsidies to business companies, and the startup that creates technologies to reduce GHG emissions are finding it easier to get new customers. And in addition, in order to stimulate demand, direct support for climate tech will also work with the GX League. I mentioned last time. And the GX League is a group of companies that are ambitious about carbon neutrality. And we are planning to match the pilot procurement with GX League companies and make incentives for letter of intent to achieve a significant demand acquisition and a more attractive track record for startups. And another point is a use of transition bond. So in Japan, this year, we have issued the first transition bond by a sovereign company. So the government declared carbon pricing, and using the funds raised through the transition bond, and we were able to obtain a budget of 200 billion yen over 5 years. This is a scale previously unthinkable for a startup in Japan. And so we will make the best use of the support tools I have just mentioned, and to create leading companies from Japan. So please have expectation for Japan.
Thank you, Daichi. So now I would like to involve more the audience in the discussion. So I would first start with people in the room. So I'm pretty sure that you have questions for our panelists. So please raise your hand if you have questions, and or I need to break the ice. Sure. Should I? Or online, we have maybe questions online. It is for no.
Actually, I have a question for.
Please, yes, please, and introduce yourself. Please, the microphone.
In your area between digital and green transition, what's the most exciting venture or project that you've seen recently?
I think there are very many interesting topics. One of the areas was mentioned already, so vegetation management. So look, we invested in a company which is using satellite tech to look at the vegetation management in the grid infrastructure. So it could be energy grids, but it could also be other type of grids like railway grids or something else as well. And they're kind of looking at the satellite capabilities today is something which at the moment is, I think, very fascinating, because you can go down to like 2 centimeters of accuracy already, and you can recognize the tree vitality, height, distance from the line and everything almost real time. After the storm, you can check the situation and that kind of things. So that's one of the examples which comes on top of my head, because we just invested in the space.
Antoine?
Yeah, I had a question which is to all speakers. We've been looking at the data on the VC market during the COVID crisis recently, and there's been this very large increase just during COVID, and then basically everything goes back to pre-COVID, with the exception of the energy sector and climate. Okay, very interesting. So I'm wondering if we are at a turning point, and what I'm wondering about in particular is, what do you think has happened? Is it a structural change? Is it going to stay? And what happened? Is it a change in certainty over the demand for these technologies? Is it the inflow of this public money through IRA and Recovery EU and Repower EU? And where is it coming from? Do you think it's going to stay? Any insights, please?
Thank you for a real good question. Might be this is a reason of funds by the EU, but on the other hand, I think that we are having more and more investments into climate tech, because we really have a serious problem. when we had COVID crisis, there were lots of funds going toward health tech. And health tech, of course, it's very important, but well, just like the war crisis, which is running currently, but sooner or later, let's hope sooner, war will end, but we will stay again with our warming planet. And it is not getting cooler. We are having the same problem, and investors understand that. And almost every, well, if not month, at least every quarter, we see funds that are investing into clean tech. And in Lithuania, well, we have 3 unicorns, and 2 of them are of clean tech. The first one was a clean tech unicorn, and I'm very happy to see Green Code here today. And I really do hope that the pace of investments into climate tech will have even faster pace, and we will see more unicorns and zebras, if you know what zebra means.
Actually, I believe a little bit in market forces. I think, of course, nowadays to raise clean tech fund there are maybe different points. Of course, there are market opportunities being described, but there are also regulatory aspects. For example, there is in the SFDR, so Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulation in Europe, where funds are classified into 3 categories, Article 6, 8, and 9. So Article 9 means that your goal must be climate tech or must be sustainable goals. And funds being classified in this category have it's much easier made to collect money for that, because you also have a lot of other funds, pension funds, insurance, etc., also banks and whatsoever, who want to be transparent on their green investments, and they have to, like, they're forced to invest into green purposes in a way, and therefore there's also, in my view, like a drive from regulation on the one hand side, and on the other side by the maybe like the asset market in a way, because like clients want to invest into green purposes. I think it's also not negligible, but I think it's a combination between opportunities on the one hand side and regulation and pressure by market on the other hand side.
Yeah, if I may add to it, it's in case of Estonia, we also launched a green tech fund, 100 million euro fund. And one of the needs was not necessarily the available capital, but rather having specific expertise, because the VCs, as Terhi also mentioned, when you invest into clean tech companies, you have to have some knowledge as well to not only support them with funding, but rather the knowledge as well through a longer cycle as well. And in Estonia before, we only had generic funds, and now we're doing direct investments together with the VCs into companies, but we're also launched a fund of funds. So there are 2 new clean tech funds doing investments into clean tech companies now. And these funds and the expertise, it's not going to go anywhere in the near future. So they're going to continue doing investments. And I think Jacqueline also had a great points in her presentation showing how the market has changed, more stable. So there's definitely willingness to keep like supporting green tech companies.
Thank you. Before turning to the chat, are there other questions in the room? Aminata?
Hi, I am Aminata from the European Commission working on the EIC fund. I would have a more general question concerning the identification of high potential startups, knowing the high mortality rate of the company, and how can we help them to collaborate further with academia and large corporates?
I will break the ice again. I can speak from the ecosystem side, from the ecosystem builders, since we are working with startups at the very early stage, when they are entrepreneurs, teams, and only later they establish startups, and then we are preparing them to pitch in front of the investors and get ready for investments. So it's quite difficult to decide whether startup is the breakthrough, whether they will disrupt some business, or they are really the ones that corporates need. But again, we are collaborating with the same corporates. We are collaborating with venture capital companies. And as an example, this innovation as a service, the one that I mentioned before, in 1 month we're having hackathon. It's a hackathon built upon industry challenges. There is a company in Endo working in biotech business and working in cleantech sector, of course. We are having currently 7 teams, 7 startups. One is from Finland, another one is from Spain, and so on and so forth. And of course, we will invite lots of mentors to help them work on their ideas, how they can solve the challenge of that company. And a company itself will decide which of those solutions to solve the challenge are best for them. But of course, in a year or 2, it might be like, no, it doesn't go like this. So it's very difficult to decide. But I think that the best know-how and this is in venture capital companies. So can you?
It's about the collaboration with the corporates. So of course, all the startups would like to collaborate, especially get the revenue out of the big customers. So that's obviously the goal of all the startups to be able to, if they're working on the enterprise solutions, to work with the corporates and as fast as possible to be able to scale and piggyback on the muscles of the giants. But I think also it's also fair to kind of look at it from the other side of the coin and why the corporates are slow at collaborating in some cases. So if you are a large corporate and you are being then targeted by 1,000 or thousands of startups at any given time, and then at the same time you have your own strategy and your roadmap, what you want to build into the market, where your focus is at. So I think the key is to bring those startups which actually are complementing on your value pocket or pocket of kind of gap what you have in your plans. So if the startups can bring you a solution which helps you to decarbonize or increase the yield, say production of the wind farm, or be able to be more material efficient or energy efficient, and thereby solving some of those real pain points of the corporate, I think that's the kind of a key point of the collaboration. So nice to have collaboration. Normally only yields into pilots and POCs, and that takes time out of the startup. They might die because they use their resources in the wrong place, because the customer was actually not in the business of buying, and they were just looking at what those guys are doing and maybe studying the innovation. So I think being careful on to whom you are important enough, so that you focus on your efforts. I think that would be my advice.
I will just take one question. There is one question online because it's actually already time, so I think I managed pretty well, right? And actually, it's a question that is quite nicely closing the session, because the question is from Niels Handler. And it is, are startups and scale-ups the most important driver for green growth and decarbonization? And what role do entrepreneurial ecosystems play? Now, he finishes by saying, based on the most recent research. obviously, but it can be also based on your perspective to try to wrap up the session. And so please, who wants to take the floor on this one? Johannes. Microphone.
I was looking for a very interesting slide. There was a study by, just wait, sorry, here. A study by Boston Consulting Group. It's quite interesting. The technology gap in net zero emissions being 100%, 25% can be closed by mature technologies. 40% can be closed by technology in early adaptation. But the rest of it, the 35%, is like the remaining net zero gap, and that can be closed by technologies and business models we just don't know about. That means about startups bringing those technologies into the circuit in a way. And I think that's a very interesting context here. I think that as he just said, that startups may be the key, because it is also mentioned with the innovator dilemma by Christensen's innovator dilemmas. I doubt that that the corporates alone can really bring in disruptive new solutions to solve the climate problems we have.
And I think I like this as a conclusion because it also connects quite well to the opening remarks of Jerry for this workshop. So thank you very much for attending this first panel session. We have a coffee break now, and then we continue after the break. Thank you.
We have about 35 minutes for the presentation and about 10 minutes for follow-up questions. I mean, having seen the previous sessions, I think the discussion will be quite lively. Let me also say that I'm very happy to see Thomas in person here. We collaborated in the past, Thomas, as you know, with the OECD on another project, and I'm very happy that you are contributing to this event. For those of you who don't know Thomas, I think there are not many in the room, but Thomas is the World Professor of Entrepreneurship and Innovation at the Said Business School in the University of Oxford, and is also the former academic director of the Said Business School Entrepreneurship Center and the founder and former director of the MBR Entrepreneurship Research Bootcamp. Thomas received his PhD from Stanford University, and his supervisor was Professor Stiglitz, obviously Nobel Prize winner, who was also here at the OECD talking about the crisis not long ago. And it's really one of the, this is the song for Thomas. So I'm singing your praise. I didn't need the music, but I welcome that as well. So Thomas is one of the world's leading experts in the field of entrepreneurial finance, and has published numerous highly influential articles in leading academic journals, American Economic Review, Journal of Finance, Management Science, etc. And he really has managed all the time to provide consistently novel and theoretical sound perspectives on how policy can shape incentives and behaviors in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. And this is really why we thought of you for this second keynote today. And I look forward to your talk about your research on scale-up companies that, as you can imagine, is very much of interest in Europe today. Thomas, I give you the floor, and I look forward to your presentation.
So, thanks very much. Real pleasure to be here. Hard act to follow after Jacqueline's presentation, and I'm deliberately going to focus on the general scale-up problem. And I think one of the most interesting conversations is then to join, the climate tech and the scale-up debate, because I think there's some really hard questions to consider there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about the factors determine the question whether companies scale or sell. Now, by some measure, it's a very specific question, and I'm going to sort of try to dissect, which is after a certain initial period of success in establishing themselves, often establishing product market fit, companies often face the choice: do we either continue, so build, or do we sell? That decision, even though it's a micro decision, has very large implications for the entrepreneurship ecosystem, for the economy at large, and ultimately it's going to matter for policy as well. And so I'm going to try to give you a set of perspectives that just help us to think through what are the determinants, which way entrepreneurs are going to go. Are they going to go left? Are they going to go right? So I'm going to give you four perspectives: the founder perspective, who is, at least at the surface, the decision maker here. And then we're going to turn to the investor perspective, ecosystem perspective, and finally end on some big policy questions or perspectives. So to begin with, the choice of the entrepreneur, we could hold a long lecture here, but I mean, there's a set of financial implications, there's sort of personal founder career implications, and preferences that, sort of weigh the balance between building or scaling or selling. I'm not going to go through those here. Very importantly, I think there are actually two complementary perspectives. One is the founder as an individual, and that often does matter a lot. And the second one is the startup as a young fledgling organization. At the moment you already start thinking about this, the startup, you're going to say, well, the choice between scaling and selling, well, it depends obviously on the price that's being offered in the acquisition, but it's crucially going to depend on the ability to actually succeed when taking the scaling choice. So what are the resources and the support that are going to be available and that give us a fair chance of actually building a much larger, more significant company? Often neglected in that, I'll mention it briefly, are competitive implications. Sometimes the biggest mistake that companies make is to actually choose the scaling option, not thinking what will happen to the acquirer, because if you don't sell to the acquirer may choose to compete with you. And so there's some really tricky dynamics. And I've talked to several founders who basically, failed because they didn't understand the incumbent reactions. Somewhat selfishly, I'm going to weave in the Creative Destruction Lab, which is one of the other things that I do in addition to my research and teaching. I lead the Creative Destruction Lab. We have some friends in Estonia who've just launched theirs. There's down the road at HEC is another of the Creative Destruction Labs. This is a startup acceleration program, but its motto says build something massive. And one of the things we've learned from working in this lab is that the seeds for scaling are made much earlier. So the decision between scaling versus selling, by some measure, is predicated on a set of choices that founders have taken right from the start. And the beauty of the work that we're doing here is that we can see these choices. And I'm going to give you one example. And interestingly enough, since this is also about digital today, this is research that's based from two colleagues at Oxford, and it's based on the data of the Creative Destruction Lab. And there's no way you're going to understand this beautiful picture. But what the point it makes is that if you're studying specifically AI companies, whether they're going to become scale-ups is determined by a large extent by the initial strategies that they choose. And what this paper does, it actually traces that back to the choice of data sets and the choices of algorithms that startups use, and whether they set themselves up essentially for large, risky markets, or whether they choose to use their AI capabilities to be applied to small markets. And small markets are often very attractive because you can deliver a much clearer value proposition, work with proprietary data, but you end up putting yourselves into a type of company that does not scale very well. So that's why, in some sense, this is more than just a founder decision. This is already a decision that was taken earlier on in the history of the venture to see whether we're actually aiming for something that, could become a unicorn. Let's move to the investor perspective. Clearly, at the time of the acquisition, investors have a say. They're on the board of directors. There's a lot more to say about this. I mean, first, we cannot forget that the entire venture capital market is predicated on trade sales. So basically, there wouldn't be a venture capital industry if there wasn't trade sales acquisitions. Yes, we do have IPOs, but they're a tiny fraction by now of the market. The relevant question remains, so the relevant question between selling and scaling can also be translated, do we have an early or late acquisition? So from the venture capital perspective is, what is my willingness to hold for a later, bigger acquisition rather than an early one? So, I mean, just a little bit of data on the M&A landscape, just to mainly convince you that, you know, the deeper blue line is the steady line. And yes, 2023 has a huge IPO, that's Arm, but basically for the rest, IPOs are incredibly flighty. They come and they go. So the decision to scale is, you know, this question of early versus late exit. I want to put a couple of thoughts into people that I think really matter, and they really matter for climate as well, which is, think of the biotech industry. The biotech industry has very long development cycles, similar to the sort of things that, you know, Jacqueline was talking about. Yet the biotechnology is a very well-defined ecosystem. It works quite well. And the reason it works well is that you can have early acquisitions because everybody knows what the metrics are. Everybody understands if you pass phase 1 or if you pass phase 2, we can put a price on that, and we know who the acquirers are. In other markets, like in climate tech, we don't know who the acquirers are, and we don't have metrics, and there's no transparency and no way of telling what these products actually develop. So if we can't have these early acquisitions, that's, you know, that's challenging. We can do something else that I believe is vastly underestimated, and that's the secondary market in venture capital and in shares. So now let's be clear, there are two markets. There's the market where we're trading the ownership in the venture capital fund itself. That's a market that's reasonably well established, and I'm not interested in it. I am interested in company shares being traded between early and late stage venture capitalists. If we want more companies to scale, which by the way is a little bit the theme of what I'm doing today, what does it take for us to really scale? What we may need is a much better secondary market in which early investors can get the exit, but they're getting it not from the acquisition, they're getting it from the purchase of a late stage venture capitalist buying the shares of the early stage. This is possible, it's the secondaries, but they're not well developed. We have very poor data on them. So as a policy initiative, I would already flag that thinking about secondary markets would be really important. The bigger one, though, is scale-up funding. You know, if we want companies to scale, we need to have a sort of an ecosystem in which every stage of the company trajectory is supported by the right type of investors and the right amount of capital. So sources of scale-up funding, you know, this is a study of the European Scale-up Institute. It's a new initiative out of Valerik Business School. And, you know, don't be fooled by the solid blue bars, which is just the number of companies that are choosing bank debt. The biggest amounts of money are coming clearly from venture capital and corporate. So we already talked about corporate in the earlier session. I think they're going to be incredibly important for the scale-up financing ecosystem. A little bit more data. I think I'm just going to skip this one. This is a study that's now, it's about 8 years old. It'll be lovely to redo a study like this. But what we tried to do 8 years ago is to measure the scale-up gap in Europe. This one was specifically a comparison of the UK to the US, although in a second study, we did something similar for the whole of Europe. And the picture was exactly the same. What you see is the gray bar is basically a measurement of the US, the size of the US market. And it's the number of companies times the average investment. So the total area reflects the total market. And you can see that the left-hand side shows you the sort of the size of the UK market relative to the US. Now, this is GDP adjusted. So, you know, if they were the same sized economy, the blue area is how much smaller the UK is relative to US. But the most interesting thing, and I think you can see it visually, is that the difference is even more dramatic at the scale-up stage. Now, another way of saying that is Europe actually has caught up, and this is now 8 years old, and Europe has caught up on the startup financing. By some measure, what I like to say, we're in a 40-year revolution, and we're in year 20 of a 40-year revolution, which is the first 20 years we built the startup ecosystems. The next 20 years we have to build the scale-up ecosystems. And by the way, the startup ecosystems won't survive if we don't improve the scale-up ecosystems. So the biggest gap is still at the scale-up financing stage. So basically that gets me to the ecosystem perspective. Sorry, I'm talking very fast here. If you, but I hope to leave some time for questions. How do different scale-up ecosystems compare? I'm just going to show you a little bit of data to begin with. This is Startup Genome. Many of you are familiar with the Startup Genome data. I do think it's very interesting, it's rich. Obviously, it's always challenging to rank individual ecosystems against one each other, so we can spend a lot of time quibbling about the data. But I do think that there is no question that the US, is at the top. But we would, and this is not GDP adjusted. This is absolute size. UK third, Germany sixth, France 8, and so on. So I mean, clearly we're not. There are individual pockets that are quite strong. I like this one a lot. This is actually, coming again out of the Valeria European Scale-Up Institute, a map of high growth spots in Europe. And I mean, we won't have time to go through the details. The Nordic countries and Finland and so on are very Baltic, deep colored, so that's very good. You then look at the UK, there's nothing happening, and that's not because there's nothing happening in the UK, but because the UK chose to do Brexit, whatever wisdom there was in that one. Actually, it is quite interesting if you look at the geographic distribution, like it or not, it's always going to be very concentrated in the UK, the Golden Triangle. I love the statistics because Oxfordshire is actually on top of that. I don't know how we wiggle ourselves into that, but it is, among the strongest ecosystem for scaling. And so the scaling, now what's beautiful about this comes from the UK Scale-Up Institute, which I'm actually involved with. And so we try to collect very systematically data on the scale-ups in, across regional development has become a huge issue with, the scale-up issue as well. I think my Nordic friends are going to love me because I want to talk about Skype in a moment. But before I can talk about Skype, what the Startup Genome, did, they provided us a framework to think about ecosystems and the fact that ecosystems themselves go through periods of evolution. Now, this framework was essentially started to characterize startups, and they basically identify sort of 4 phases in which these ecosystems, some of which you saw on the map, develop over time. And it's a story where basically these different stages are stages where ecosystems first sort of go from being, inactive to, starting with a few initiatives, trying to connect globally over time, not just exporting, but actually importing talent, so attracting talent, and finally being globally integrated. So I think it's a useful framework to ask ourselves, where are we? Most of this work has been done for startup ecosystems. The next layer, the next logical step is to apply these frameworks to scale-up ecosystems. What drives these ecosystems? So here is a question from the Startup Genome, which is, if we want to have growth leaders, we need what respondents to a survey basically said is we need to have experienced leaders from the US and the UK. So this is an example of attraction. We're not exporting talent. We need to import the talent in order to build the scale-up ecosystem. This is what participants said. One that I really find extremely interesting is if we want to have scale-ups, we need, respondents said, we need more serial founders. So first-time founders may not always be the best ones. We need people who have done this process before and maybe on their second or third ventures are saying, I'm going to go all the way. Now, this is survey data. There may be limitations to that, but I think it's provocative. And then most importantly, they say we need founders with hypergrowth experience. So people who have seen that it is possible to take these companies and take them all the way instead of selling them. So if we need to do something and we need to have people who have had that experience before, we are necessarily talking about building an ecosystem one generation at a time. That's to say, we need to have some early successes. We recycle them into the ecosystem, people who have that scaling experience. And then the second or third time, they can actually go all the way. This is what allows me to talk about Skype. So I think I'm going to have lots of friends in this room. But the Skype is in the US, everybody talks about the PayPal mafia. In Europe, we talk about the Skype mafia because this is the set of companies that was spun out. Now, this is at the founder level. The provider of this data is Atomico. Now, Atomico happens to be the venture capital firm that was started by Nick Zennström. And so, he cares about this and he makes sure to put it in the report every year. But they've done more with this. And this is, I think, a fascinating slide. So what you see here is the number of companies that were started where the founder originally came from Skype. And this is exponential curve, obviously, but it says that, Skype obviously spawned off a huge number of companies. The most interesting slide one of the most interesting slides in this year's report was that this notion of the flywheel is that if we have one Skype, then we build on the success and we can build lots more companies. Not only do we have flywheels, but flywheels are accelerating. What do I mean by that? If you look at this graph, you see that the solid line that goes out to 30 years is the number of companies that were founded based on a previous unicorn experience. And that's for the 1990s. You then look at the same graph for the 2000s, and you see that it took much less time for this flywheel to get going. And in fact, if you look at the 2010, the flywheel keeps going faster. So there seems to be a notion that once we've gone through this ecosystem development of recycling the talent, we get better and better at it. It gets faster and faster. So I think the reason I'm spending so much time on this is that the talent dimension, I think, is central to the development of the ecosystems and is going to be central to the development of scale-up ecosystems. That brings me to the policy perspective. As based of the data that we collect in the UK, Scale-Up Institute, every year we ask the founders, what are your top 5 challenges? What are the most important things that keep you up at night as a scale-up founder? And these results, to be honest, they're very stable over the year. Number 1, access to markets, always. Companies have to sell, they want to grow, they need access to market. Number 2, very often, number 2, hugely important talent. So where we're going to get the talent from to actually scale these companies as opposed to doing the easier thing of selling them. Number 3, financing, always important. We've talked about it already a little bit. And then 4 and 5 are, interesting too. But it's really the talent, financing, and markets that are the top of mind for scale-ups. Okay, let me try to be a little bit provocative. Basically, I believe Europe is 20 years through a 40-year revolution. We've managed to build a startup system. 20 years ago, I was sitting in conferences and everybody was explaining why Europe could never develop a startup ecosystem because we're too conservative, because we're too, I don't know what it was, 20 reasons, and they were all wrong. I think the same is going to be true for scale-up ecosystems. I don't think that there's any fundamental reason why this is something that can only be done in the US and cannot be done in Europe or other parts of the world. But for the moment, there is a huge arbitrage, which is right now the US is much better at scaling companies. And therefore, what we're seeing is that US VCs come to Europe and they see these opportunities And they say some of these companies are really good companies. Now, this is true on the acquisition front, obviously, but it's also true on the scale-up investor front. So I would predict that, over the next 10 to 20 years, that arbitrage opportunity is going to diminish. But for the moment, it is very, very real. And it matters. So what is the role of the foreign investors, and particularly US investors? I want to share with you, this is work in progress, but we have a first draft, a research paper that I'm doing together with Alex Montag and Joachim Tork. Importantly, Joachim Tork is Swedish, and the Swedish data is fantastic because you've got very detailed understanding. What we're looking at is we're asking whether Swedish companies financed by US investors behave differently than Swedish companies financed by either Swedish or even non-US foreign investors. In fact, it turns out that the US investors are the one who have the most interesting behavior. And specifically, what we look at is what we call loss tolerance. So we often talk about failure tolerance. Loss tolerance is a sort of a close cousin, but it says, are we willing to make negative cash flows? And for how long and how much negative cash flows are we willing to put into a company? If you want to scale, you basically have a J-curve, the famous J-curve. You see 3 J-curves on this graph. So I'll walk you through the problem that we're having with, financing these ambitious scale-ups, which is everybody wants the scale-up to look like the dotted line that goes way down and then goes very high up. That's the dream scenario. However, the solid line at the bottom is a company that looks pretty much the same at the beginning. It makes just as many losses, but it turns out that actually that's the only thing they're good at because they're going to continue making losses all the way through. The investor's problem is that they've got a jammed signal. Investors are really nervous about financing companies that accumulate these huge losses in the early stages. And therefore, the alternative strategy is just to choose a less ambitious J-curve, a more safe cash flow path. This is a problem anybody who works with entrepreneurs, and I see some people smiling in the room, are extremely familiar with. So who is willing to tolerate these high losses? And what we do in the Swedish data is we basically find that US investors have a much higher loss tolerance than their Swedish or even non-Swedish foreign counterparts. Now, we then go into analyzing why. It has a lot to do with the access to follow-on funding and the access to exits. So it's not a cultural thing. There's an economic incentive here. But I wanted to put this notion of loss tolerance onto the screen. Many policies are not well suited to handle loss tolerance. And so it's a hard problem to solve, but I think it's an important one. If we want to have big scale-ups, we need to think about loss tolerance. But they do achieve it. And by the way, we were quite fascinated. It takes 5 to 6 years for the differences to show up. You also have to have that patience. These effects are not quick at all. There is a second study, but in the interest of time, I'll be very brief about that, where we're actually trying to explain this flywheel, this intergenerational model. But interestingly, what we find, and this is more of a theoretical exercise, I would love to add the data at some point, is foreign investors can play an important role in getting the flywheel going. So you really want to finance that first generation of successful unicorns, and if foreign investors bring the capital to do that, that provides the basis for then following up more. And over time, the theory predicts actually that the fraction of foreign investors peaks early on and then actually reduces. But that's because the domestic venture capital market picks up. So that's this stuff here. What about foreign acquirers? In some sense, my message is going to be, if we want scale-ups, foreign investors are a no-brainer as far as I'm concerned, but I've given you some data. Foreign acquirers is a much more delicate, complicated conversation. So I'm just going to give you a little bit. If you look at the top 5 acquirers, they're all US companies. Interestingly enough, they themselves were all backed by venture capital. Again, there's sort of a bit of a flywheel here. But, basically, all of these companies have made acquisitions part of their core strategy, right? So they're essentially outsourcing R&D to Silicon Valley or increasingly the world. This is a model, and I apologize for people who are not used to these kind of models, but I think they are very useful tools for really thinking through the dynamics, the market dynamics that an ecosystem faces. And the point that's made in this theory is that we have, I don't really have a pointer here, but we have companies that start, and at some point they have the decision to scale, which is the staying along the bottom, going further from left to right, or selling, which is going up in this graph. If companies scale, they can become the potential acquirers of the future. This is the Googles and the Microsoft who chose not to sell. Each of them had acquisitions after they refused them. They, 10 years later become the major acquirers. So we do need some companies to scale if we want to have these big anchor companies. Curiously enough, they then go and they buy the next generation of startups who then don't scale. So there is an ambiguity in here. The core of the model basically tries to work out what does an ecosystem, and in economics we call this a market equilibrium, look like when today's domestic scale-ups are tomorrow's domestic acquirers. And does it matter then when we have foreign acquisitions? Because one of the worries, and this gets sometimes, so polemic, is that we shouldn't have foreign acquirers acquire our companies because we're giving up, our anchor companies of the future. This is the difficult bit. What we do, we have some results, not theoretical results, and I think the policy debate needs to be more further informed with data, but foreign acquirers play an important role. They increase the incentive to sell. In fact, we can show from an economic perspective that there's an excess incentive to sell relative to scaling. But even if there's an inefficiency, even if too many companies sell, the benefit of foreign acquirers on net is positive because they simply increase the size of the market. They bring in resources to the venture capital market, and we know that venture capital market cannot work without exits. So the main problems we then identify with foreign acquisitions is entrepreneurial drain and the possibility that we're not going to get the flywheels that I talked about before. What I'm trying to do, and I'm being quite rapid on this one, is I'm trying to give you some of the elements that we're going to have to put into a debate about the role of foreign acquirers. I think foreign investors is an easy one. Foreign acquirers is more complicated. Great story maybe to finish with is the story of the acquisition of DeepMind. Some of you may know the stories, and I'm going to slightly simplify it. But, back now about this 2014, sorry, not 2024. Google wanted to acquire DeepMind in 2014, so 10 years ago. And basically, Google came in and said, okay, come to Silicon Valley. We're great. We've got sunshine, we've got money, and you can continue building DeepMind over there. The founders of DeepMind, unusual individuals, just refused and said, we're not moving to Silicon Valley. Then basically, Google decided whether they should step away, but after a long negotiations, they said, no, we're gonna acquire, we're gonna let you stay, we're gonna keep key parts of DeepMind in London. Some parts are still gonna be developed in the Valley. The interesting question is not why did DeepMind refuse? The interesting question is why did Google accede to the demands? Why did Google in 2014? And the reason was that by then the London ecosystem was considered strong enough to support keeping the company there. So if we want to have, if we want to use the benefit of foreign acquirers, DeepMind was very happy to sell to Google. We also need a counterbalance of an ecosystem that means we can keep the assets inside the company. This is just to give you a flavor of, the one topic I sort of focused on a little bit more here. How do we think about foreign acquirers? Because I think they do play a big role in the question of scale-ups. So policy recommendation for investors, I think it's very easy. Foreign acquirers is a lot more complicated. I'll stop here.
Thank you so much. I don't know if there are already questions. I might just ask, to me, one interesting one is the link between the first part and the second part of your presentation. And also, at the OECD, we always look at cross-country differences. And one point that to me was quite interesting, and perhaps something we don't hear so much, is this importance of a secondary market. And, having worked a lot on innovation and patents, that's another big discussion, that there isn't really a secondary market for patents. So do you think in the US there is more of that, and that help with the scale up, or is it something that could be developed more in the US? How could we develop it in Europe? What kind of institution do we need to do that?
I think it needs a lot more thought. Some of the obvious things to think about is to what extent do our government support from, the national and EIB, which support venture funds, to what extent would they allow funds that specialize in secondary? And then to what extent are funds and LP terms encouraging or discouraging secondary sales? I think that needs more thought. In principle, you can say this is a problem that the private market should solve. It's not immediately obvious that there's a policy, but to me, right now, we don't even have data on this market. So I think that's where maybe raising awareness, collecting data, and identifying the obstacles for that market would be a really interesting initiative.
I don't know if there are. Okay, perfect.
So first of all, the question is like growth funds, it's what you turn to, the secondary funds, are they large enough in Europe? So at least in Germany, and I think we have some players here from the EIC and also from the EIF, pouring a lot of money into funding growth funds in a way, so to make them bigger in a way. And I think the EIF and EIC and Germany, the KfW, but BPR France, etc., are very strong player to make those funds bigger. I think it's very important. There's a policy issue in my view as well, just to make them bigger in a way. But the second thing I missed a little bit in your presentation is the role of public markets. I think the public market, the stock market, is much more developed in the US than in Europe. As there are also differences in Europe, of course, but I think looking at it at a total, they are much less developed. It is, for example, in the biotech sector, I think almost all European startups go to the US market, for example. And I think the alternative to have a public exit in a way is stronger than in the US. I just remember the case of Mark Zuckerberg, as he had the offer by Yahoo, like it was 15 years ago, and said, Facebook could be sold at €1 billion or $1 at the time. And it was a board meeting, and Peter Thiel just said, "Oh, I've heard that you got an offer." And Mark Zuckerberg said, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, I neglected it." Right? It's also, maybe it's a mind thing also, but of course also, as you said, secondary and financing, etc., and to make bigger rounds possible.
I'll take a quick comment, really insightful comments. On the promotion of large later stage funds, I think it's a good idea. In the UK, in one of the studies we did just around the time when this became the big topic in the UK 8 years ago, and it worked. Today, the UK has many more late stage funds that are doing quite well. So I think it's a solvable problem. Maybe I can use some of Jacqueline's academic cynicism when she talked about carbon markets. My academic cynicism is, I don't believe the IPO market is ever going to work. I think this is such an untractable problem, but maybe the OECD can solve it for us.
I have two questions.
Thank you. Nicolas Perard from EAF. Going back again to the secondary market, we see from EAF data that one of the issues is actually pricing of venture capital. Most of the secondary players don't know and don't have the resources to price either venture capital funds at LP level or venture capital companies, because as we know, most of them are priced on paper value. And we see discount of let's say 50% on average for venture capital funds on the secondary market compared to closer to 10-20% in the private equity buyout markets. How do you have envisaged option to solve that issue of pricing in particular?
Yeah, so it's really important. It's really important to distinguish these two secondary markets. They get confused all the time. The pricing problem that you're referring to is the secondary market for venture capital funds. And it's all about NAV and, you know, and then they get sold at a discount. Now, that's because in the market for funds, there is no natural transaction. So you have to create a transaction and you have to find a price. A big difference in the secondary market for company shares is that there are natural transactions. There is, you know, we're in a Series B round, we're in a Series C round. These rounds get priced by the lead investor anyway. The question is it possible for those who came in at the seed stage to load off some of the shares at the valuation led by the lead investor? So pricing is less an issue for the company secondary shares market, but there are other issues. There are questions whether when you do the secondary, the money goes to the investor, not the company. That's a big issue. And then there's some other issues that around that needs to be solved.
Let me perhaps ask, so there is a first question, which is about Elon Musk. I mean, I just had the lunch where we talked about Elon Musk a lot. So to what extent does entrepreneurial success depend on somewhat eccentric persona with high intrinsic drive?
I believe that it is very dangerous to extrapolate general principles of entrepreneurship on the cases of 2 or 3 or 4 outlier examples, but we always love doing that. If we are compelled to talk about Steve Jobs and Elon Musk until the cows come home, let's distinguish the early from the late, from the recent behaviors of Elon Musk. Let's distinguish the early Steve Jobs from the later Steve Jobs. And some of these eccentricities become much more dramatic in their later stages of life. And having said that, they're pretty eccentric.
So there is also another question, and then I give the floor to Marius, which is, you know, have you seen ways in which countries can encourage companies to grow domestically before selling abroad? And I think this comes from an Israeli case where the person who asked the question thinks of Israel taxing the value of IP and asking for a multiplier returns to what they invest in companies versus when Israeli firms are actually acquired from abroad.
An interesting question. So I'll give 2 responses. First, can policymakers do something about retaining more of the startup activities before it's packing its bag? I believe yes. And an interesting example is in the healthcare sector, where right now the incentives for any healthcare startup to pack their bags and go to the US are enormous. And with, you know, approximately at least 2/3, if not 80% of the healthcare spending being in the US, it's crazy for these startups to ignore the US market. So they go. What I think European governments have started to realize, but not nearly enough, is that they can retain some of these healthcare startups. Europe has incredible strength in healthcare research. And it's by providing resources for the early steps. So very early on, you need to do preclinical and early clinical work. And right now, Europe could actually retain that activity if it had more of a strategy, but it doesn't. So I think something can be done. The second part of the question was about Israel. I think Israel is a super interesting example for the scale-up problem, everything that I've talked about. And they've influenced quite a lot my thinking because I had the pleasure of talking to some people who were very involved, and you know, basically the startup nation labeled itself startup nation and then said, well, actually we wouldn't mind scaling companies too. And it remains incredibly difficult. One of the continuing problems for the Israeli tech industry is actually that people feel it hasn't contributed enough to employment, and you know, and so everything we said today actually even applies to some of the strongest ecosystems.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Thomas, for this super interesting presentation. I think my question relates to the Israel question because you know, I was wondering to what extent does the fragmentation of the European market, you know, not just the capital markets but also the product markets, play a role in the strategy? So you know, the fact that a lot of European startups go to the US could also be related to this, right? So because they have a huge single market. And it might be easier, you know, to develop and grow in this market and then, you know, come back to the European market. So, you know, what are your thoughts on this?
Yes. You said it so beautifully, I can't add anything.
Are there any other questions? Otherwise, I have another one, if you don't mind, which, I mean, I found your talk fascinating. That's why I'm asking lots of questions. But you know, you mentioned the fact that the flywheel effect is very strong. You know, when you thought of the Skype example, you know, second, third generation, and you kind of showed a quite stark difference, I would say, between the, I would say, 1990 cohort, the 2000 cohort, and 2010 cohorts. How much is this also a sign, sort of a signal effect that, you know, the more you got the, I would say, Skype reputation, the easier it was to get financing in the 2010 vis-a-vis the 1990, and how much it was just quality and experience? Can you distinguish this in your work or no?
I think we don't have a lot of research on the flywheel effect right now. I think we talk about it and we use the Skype and the PayPal examples, but I'd love to see, you know, a little bit of deeper analysis. Everything you're saying is a reasonable hypothesis, but at this point, you know, I can't really distinguish it. What I find even more puzzling, though, is this acceleration of the flywheel effect, that somehow, you know, now it only takes 5 years and then, you know, we're already seeing the next generation coming out. And I think, I don't know the answer, but I'm just saying there is hope in this, because it really says that when you're building these ecosystems, they have these self-fulfilling dynamics.
It was a fascinating graph. That's the killer graph of the presentation for me. So that was a very interesting one. I don't know if there are other questions. Otherwise, I have a, okay. Professor Zecchini. Professor Zecchini, can you come please to the table, because otherwise people don't hear you online.
So that intrigued me particularly. One is related to your table about the results of the survey that show that the first major obstacle in terms of frequency of responses was access to market. The second was talent, and the third one was financing. Now, the discussion is about the third one, but what about the first and the second? And why am I asking this question? Because in the case of business angels, they can provide a sort of talent and a way to access markets. And as far as access market, then the degree of competition in that market weighs a lot about also the financing. And the reference he made to the US market points to two aspects. competition and easy to access, not only to market, but also to talent. This is the first aspect. The second aspect has to do with a relatively recent development that we have seen. We have seen governments promoting VC funds that invest in funds specialized in VC financing. Have you got any evidence about the relevance of this, the impact of these VC, let's say, state or public supported VC funds that operate at least in Europe, but I also guess in the US through the Small Business Administration? Thank you.
Great. Well, I mean, I think one of the answers is you've pointed to the genius of Marius. The issue about the common market is exactly right. And, you know, these are scale-up entrepreneurs, so market access is always going to be the important one. And I think, you know, you've identified one of the key barriers we have in Europe. The fact that talent is second, I think, is really interesting. And there, we're actually not talking about founder talent. We're talking about the scale-ups are looking for a different kind of talent. They're looking for the managers who can take an organization from 10 to 100 employees. They're looking for, you know, how do we build a whole new sales machine? How do we build an HR machine? How do we build an operation and supply chain machine? So it's actually a different set of talents that is neither the startup, you know, dealing with complete chaos, nor the large established company managerial talent of managing, but it's actually that growth talent. And this is where we still don't have good models for how to build that. But what we find is that companies pay a premium. They care a lot about hiring people who have gone through that scaling process because it's far from obvious. There's just so many challenges, managerial challenge in that. On the second question about the role of government venture capital, I think this has been studied in many places. Very recently, there was a doctoral dissertation at Oxford that I think gave the most balanced analysis of the role of government venture capital and did some deep dive studies. I believe some people in the room even contributed to that study, pointing out that back in the sort of 15 years ago, there was a very influential book by Josh Lerner at the Harvard Business School called The Boulevard of Broken Dream, basically saying government venture capital doesn't work. Subsequent empirical research that I've done and others done contradicted that strong claim. Some of that led to the more extreme alternative version of Maria Mazzucato that says basically, you know, the government is the innovation champion. What the evidence in Europe and this recent doctoral dissertation really shows is that government venture capital has worked in several of the European countries, certainly Germany and France probably being the best example, but that there are certain conditions about how the government does it, and that study distinguished Italy and Spain as two sort of contrasting examples of how to do it and not to do it. Needless to say, the dissertation was written by an Italian who explained why the Italian model was the worst.
Just a footnote. In that slide I was referring to, the role of managers was the last on the list. So in my opinion, perhaps talent, as you said, refers to everything except management. Because in case of management, there is this sort of family business that we have in Italy and other countries, that the founder, the families do not wish to relinquish the levers of the firm at a very early stage, also because that's part of their life.
I think that's a longer conversation.
I like Thomas' courage to talk badly about Italy in between two Italians, so, you know, welcome the courage there. If there. Okay, do we want to take this conversation now or? I think we need to get to an end of the session and then perhaps over dinner we can speak about loss tolerance and differences between US and Europe, which is another very interesting point you made. Let me close here. I don't think we have any more questions online. I'm looking at Elżbieta. Big thank you for a very, very interesting keynote and for a very nice interaction afterwards. So thank you again. And I think we have a break again or we go straight to the next one. Okay. I give the floor to Anna.
Thank you, Chiara. And once again, thank you everyone for joining us today at this session for the OECD workshop of startups and scale-ups for the twin transition, challenges and policy response. My name is Ana Costa Paulo. Let me introduce myself first. I'm head of business policy unit at the Director General for Economic Activities in the Ministry of Economy and Maritime Affairs of Portugal. So the following panel discussion, in which I have the honor to moderate, will continue to focus on scale-up companies. As you know, scale-up companies are an important contributor to job creation, and in Europe, scale-ups are still relatively rare, which may be seen as an issue, especially in view of the twin transition, which should be inclusive and equitable to be socially accepted. Having seen this, and I'm looking for a fruitful discussion on the European scale-up gap and its consequences for the twin transition. Without any further delay, because we are getting behind the schedule, I have a fantastic lineup of panelists today. So let me introduce it briefly. First, here in person, we have Jean-François Leprince. Jean-François is a senior officer at the European Investment Bank, where he's currently working at the European Investment Council Fund. Then remotely, I think we have remotely Michael Kearney. Michael is a general partner at the Engine, hi Michael, is at the Engine Ventures, an MIT spin-off that today works as a private venture capital firm supporting early stage tough tech companies. Also here in presence, we have Nicolas Perard. Nicolas is a senior investment manager at the European Investment Fund, where he's coordinating the implementation of the European Tech Champions Initiative. And also here in present, we have Cedric Lovenbach. Cedric is the development director in the strategy and development department at BP France, where he's responsible for the implementation and fundraising of private and public equity funds. Finally, also online, we have Jules Besneno, pardon, excusez-moi for my pronunciation. Jules is the founder and executive director of Clean Tech for Europe, a private initiative that is bridging the gap between the clean tech community in Europe and the policymakers. We have more or less 50 minutes, I think, for the discussion, 1 hour, depending. We will start by looking a bit closer at the work that all our panelists are doing, and then we'll start a more open discussion. After that, we will take questions from the floor, here online and from the room and online. Online, you can raise your virtual hand or you can write on the chat if you want. So I would like first to pass the floor to Jean-François, and I think he will give us some presentation. Thank you. The floor is yours.
It's not red, it's red now. Okay, thank you very much. The European Investment Council, I'm a bit embarrassed to actually talk in front of Aminata because she was closer to the origins of the IC than I am, but okay, I'll do it and correct me if I say something terribly wrong. It was launched in 21. It's a program which is a multi-annual program of 7 years, 10 billion euros, with the objective to identify, develop, and deploy breakthrough technologies and disruptive innovation through a mix of grant funding up to 2.5 million per company, and equity funding up to 15 million through the EIC fund. My name is Jean-François, and I work for the EIB, who is in charge of deploying the EIC fund on behalf of the European Commission. So we manage this equity portion of 3.5 billion, which corresponds to about 100 investments per year. The objective is to build a portfolio about 500 to 600 companies. Could be more, it could be less, depending on the policies which are adopted in due course. Whereas the ESMEA, which is an agency of the European Commission, is responsible for the evaluation of the candidates and granting the grant portion, if I may say. The beneficiary companies have to be SMEs, and they have to belong to this big tech family. Our definition is quite wide, but I think it was sufficiently discussed today so that we don't need to redefine what big tech is. Basically, it's technology, it's expensive, and it's long. The EIC fund and the EIC grant program complements two other programs from the Commission, which are called Pathfinder and Transition, and they are aiming at helping companies to actually grow while they are still at the startup phase. Maybe a word about the current achievements. So far, 217 companies have been supported by the fund. Actually, it's much more if we take into account the grant component. The average round size to which the EIC fund has participated is 14 million. The average EIC fund ownership in companies is a bit below 10%, and we represent about 1/3 of the round which is raised. So far, we have either disbursed or committed 1.8 billion, which corresponds to 40% of the journey, I would say. I'm smiling at Aminata because these are your figures. In terms of country, France is has been taking the lion's share from the beginning, but they are getting caught up by notably Germany, Netherlands, and the whole Scandinavia, including the Baltics, is doing pretty good. Some countries could do better, like Italy. But there is but there is also progress there, in particular in helping candidates to build better proposals. In terms of sector, we are not yet at the point we see the shift towards clean tech, the advent of a wider clean tech market. We are still very much focused on health. But there are reasons for that, because in the past there were specific budgets for health companies, be they digital health, drug development, or forms of medtech, diagnostic tools, etc. ICT, all forms of technology, high-tech, classical high-tech is also pretty big, and climate-related, energy-related ventures come right behind. 217 portfolio companies, out of which we can say probably 10 are already dead, but about 30 to 40 are quite promising. We see some of these companies emerging as champions in their little niche or respective areas. And we're quite happy that Europe is a shareholder and a key helper in their success as a co-investor towards more than 1,000 co-investors. A big portion of them are business angels, so don't be too impressed by the figures. But we're working with everybody on this market, in particular the funds which are supported by the EIB group through the EIF. And finally, to show a bit in the wider picture of the EIB group equity and quasi-equity instruments picture. In fact, there is on the left side of the graph, there is the indirect equity world, which Nicola is about to present from his EIF perspective. And at EIB, we are helping with the EIC fund, the Commission's project, but we also have products which we call venture debt, which are forms of subordinated debt for grown-up companies, scale-ups at different stages. The last stage being infrastructure finance, which comes closer to what the EIB has been traditionally doing in providing loans to large infrastructure in Europe. That's it for my 3 slides. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean-François. I will pass the floor now to Michael Kearney, that is joining us online. And please, Michael, welcome. You have the floor.
Thank you so much for having me. It's great to be here. I'm sorry I couldn't be in person today. My name is Michael Kearney. I'm one of the general partners at the Engine Ventures. Just quick background on the Engine. We were launched in 2017 out of MIT, out of an initiative out of the president's office to figure out how could MIT translate more breakthrough science and engineering from the research setting into the commercial enterprise. And the Engine was set up as an institution with multiple parts to do exactly that. The first part is a venture fund. That's where I sit, and we fund very early stage breakthrough science and engineering to bring those technologies out of the research enterprise. And then we work with those teams through commercial scale up, which we'll talk about in a little bit. The second piece, though, is an accelerator, which is an infrastructure organization that operates lab space for these companies. So we operate 200,000 square feet of space right by campus, where those teams can go on day one to get out of the lab and continue their experimentation as a startup. And then we try to surround those teams with all the individuals that they need to be successful. Over the last 7 years, we've invested in about 55 companies across 3 broad domains, one of which is climate. And that's where I spend most of my time. The others are human health and what we call advanced systems and infrastructure. So that's your computing, AI, robotics, mobility, transportation in there. So on the climate side, we have now about half our portfolio is I would say broadly in climate across 5 different areas. The first is load following electric power generation. The second is electrification. So if we're able to clean the grid, we're gonna electrify as many end uses as possible. So in there we've got electrochemical cement production and steel production, chemical synthesis. Then a third group would be harder to abate sectors. So we've invested in hydrogen and carbon capture up and down those 2 value chains. The fourth is resource efficiency. So in there, mining, waste streams to products. And then finally, one that we're beginning to think about, just given the progress or lack thereof toward climate solutions, is adaptation. So those are our 5 buckets within the climate domain. I think just to talk a second about the broader context and why I think things are changing now than they have been over the kind of last 10 to 15 years. The confluence of significant public support through, in the United States, the IRA, in Europe, other mechanisms, alongside the corporate commitments. And I think those are, I heard earlier some skepticism around them. I think, I'm actually at a conference where we're talking with a lot of the hyperscalers around all of their demand, and they need to procure all of that in a clean way. I think most of it will hold. There will be some movement on the margins around those corporate commitments, but I think those will hold. And then electrification of everything is just increasing the demand for clean energy in a way that we have not seen before, probably in about 100 years since Haber-Bosch and the ammonia process in the early 1900s. For the first time, demand radically outstrips supply. And I think that changes the nexus of competition for early stage companies that we work with, and I think is really promising for where the industry will go. And there was some conversation earlier around comparisons to the life science and biotech world and the climate world. I think those were apt. I do think that there is a trend. We're trending more toward an industry that looks at a competitive level like the life sciences did probably in the early 2000s, moving toward 2010. So we're not fully there, but I think there's progress. That is all to say, we're in a moment right now that I think is fairly, it's a pivotal moment, because we have these new policies and market pull, which is really promising. And we have this increased demand from AI and computing and everything, which is, I think it's great from a competitive perspective. However, right now we have to scale technologies at a rate that's faster than we probably have done in the history of technology deployment if we're going to meet that demand with clean energy. And the hyperscalers are going to have a choice, and all those who are looking for electrons are going to have a choice to do things that have not yet been proven, or to build more gas. And I think that is what the next 5 to 10 years looks like, and those decisions are being made today. So it's very important. How do we scale that stuff faster? I would prefer to be solutions oriented, but for the sake of the initial conversation, let me just put out a couple issues. First, a lack of fit in institutional financial structures for the risk profile of Series B, Series C climate tech companies. So those growth investors are looking for generally a 3 to 5x return in time on an initial investment. And what that means at a portfolio level is you cannot take a 0 on your books. So you cannot have binary risk at that stage. And in the course of these companies, as they're scaling up, oftentimes on the climate side, you still have that. You still have that because you've probably proven it out at the benchtop, and you may have even deployed it in the field. And the technology is confirmed to work, but the unit economics are not demonstrated. And so in a world where you're competing on price, if you can't demonstrate your unit economics, you still have this binary risk. And so that binary risk makes it very hard for a set of larger growth stage investors to come into these companies. And so that is an important gap. I think related to that gap is first of a kind project financing, because first of a kind commercial project financing, for the same reason. It's very hard to get a bankable offtake from a project that has not yet demonstrated that it has longevity and unit economics. And so who's paying for those projects? And those could be, I mean, fundamentally between 500 million and $1 billion experiments. And the capital stack is not yet matured to actually finance those in a productive way. Although there are interventions across the board in the US, we have the DOE Loan Program Office, which I think plays an important role, but it can't do that for every one of the technologies that we're going to need to deploy in time. And so what ends up happening is those companies will finance those projects themselves on their own balance sheet by fundraising equity dollars. And that's really expensive capital, and creating, I think, a set of challenges and expectations in the markets for those companies. And then the final thing I'll say is, I think was mentioned earlier, is around exits. They're like the IPO landscape, while there have been, a few really promising, obviously, exits, Tesla, et cetera, it is not a well-tuned machine yet. I think we're going to begin to see, because of the competition angle, we'll see more corporate acquisition, and that will see kind of additional potential growth opportunities in the public markets, but it's still fairly nascent. So those are the three gaps that I see that I think need to be worked on, and it takes partnerships across the board, later stage investors, early stage investors, corporations, the public sector, to make all of that make sense. And there are examples of where that is happening. In our portfolio alone, Form Energy is a long duration energy storage company that is building a manufacturing plant in West Virginia, with public support and also a set of deep-pocketed investors behind them. And out of that plant, they'll have a book of business going out to utilities across the country, who are comfortable with the degree to which the technology has been proven at scale to date. But it takes kind of all these different parties to come together and de-risk in a reasonable time frame, so we can begin to meet our goals. So with that, I'll turn it back over and look forward to questions and discussion.
Thank you, Michael, for sharing your thoughts. We'll talk a little bit more after all speakers. I will now pass the floor to Nicholas, who is going to share his work.
Thank you. So I will start with a very brief introduction on EAF, very brief because actually many around the tables are either shareholders of EAF, mandators, or stakeholders. But in a nutshell, EAF is a EU body for financing SMEs in an indirect way, and that's the main difference between, I would say, our mother company EIB that owns the majority of EAF and us. We always rely on the private market to support our intervention. EAF is also owned by the European Commission and other private and public banks. In terms of intervention, we have two main areas of focus. We are doing some bank guarantees. So we are counter-guaranteeing the portfolio of banks towards SMEs. But more interestingly for the topic today is our equity activity, where we are investing as a fund of fund in venture capital and private equity funds in Europe. In terms of activity, on the equity side, we are covering the full spectrum from the research area with technology transfer funds up to lower mid-market and hybrid debt equity. Overall, we have a net commitment of 35 billion and more now of equity commitments in EU funds, business angel, and technology transfer entities. What was new for us lately, and as Jean-François' slide shown us before, is that up until last year, EAF intervention was stopping around the 100 million mark per funds, which was limiting our intervention towards the scale-up funds that have much higher needs. And that's why we launched, with the support of France, Germany, Spain, Italy, and Belgium, we launched a European Tech and EIB. We launched a European Tech Champion Initiative, which is a fund of fund dedicated to scale-up funds without any sectorial focus. So we're investing in multi-thematic funds, always innovating companies, but with a broader sense of technology. So that includes climate technology, life science, digital, and deep tech. The purpose of this initiative is really to fill up the gap in terms of venture capital ecosystem. So not necessarily at portfolio company level, that would be the indirect impact, but first at fund level. Because when we launched this initiative in the US, you had 40 and more billion dollar funds in the US, venture capital funds, while in Europe we had only a handful, actually a couple at the time of when we first launched this product. And this has a big impact on the ecosystem, not only because of the lack of financing, but also at the ability for funds to raise from LPs. The European VC ecosystem is not yet an investable asset class for many pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, banks, just because it's too small. too small in terms of size of funds, too small in terms of number of funds. A number of those largest asset allocators have minimum check size into fund of 100 million and more. But at the same time, they have a diversification threshold that prevents them to represent between 10 or 20% of a fund. And that's a big issue for the European venture capital ecosystem because most of the largest asset allocators are just overlooking this asset class that is, as I was saying, too small for them. The other reason for us to target billion euro fund and more is, as was mentioned before, the search for talent. And in Europe, we also need talents not only at startup level, but also at investor level. As we were seeing earlier, a lot of European startups are currently looking for US or even UK talents in terms of investors. Because they lack proof points that EU funds can also provide value add and talent. Once you reach those fund size of 1 billion euro and more, you can attract talent, attract them from their US counterpart. You can have European citizens willing to come back to Europe, or even US citizen or UK citizen willing to relocate to the European Union. So that's the two main angles for this 1 billion mark, creating an asset class and being able to fight on par in terms of talent. The last element to mention in terms of reason to finance those funds is the lack of domestic funding in the European Union for rounds above 100 million. So large scale-up rounds. Over the last 3 years, we see that 2/3 of the funding rounds over 100 million were led or co-led by non-European investors, mostly US or Asian investors. That's an issue of sovereignty first, but also more importantly, that can damage the flywheel cycle by having those talents being, I would say, encouraged to move in other geography by their investors that sometimes have a bias in terms of where growth can come from, and encouraging those startups to relocate. Last point interesting in this slide is the small number of national investors, 15%, that demonstrate that when we reach the scale-up scale, it's not really at fund level, it's not really about investing in your own country. It's really about investing cross borders. So the main intent of this program is not necessarily to have one fund in every single countries in Europe, but more to create hubs that can cover the entirety of the European Union. Very quickly, some achievements so far. So we launched last year the program. We have already committed in 4 funds, close to 900 million. We are in the final stages of further 3 funds being signed. That would bring us to 1.7 billion committed into those funds. We have the first investments as well in portfolio companies, with already 13 portfolio companies, and in total 1.2 billion invested in those 13 companies. We expect a leverage with private money in this fund, so we expect 8.8 billion of private capital being raised through those funds. Thank you.
Thank you. I will pass now the floor to Cedric. So please, thank you.
Thank you. BP France.
So BP France celebrated last year its 10th birthday. It's the reunion of different activities. You have one French sovereign fund. It's a French innovation agency, a French National Promotional Bank, and a French export credit agency. The idea was to offer the French entrepreneurs one unique access to all these services. It's a public bank owned by the French state and the Groupe Caisse des Dépôts. We have three main divisions. One in financing, provide loans, guarantee for the banks, and innovation financing. As we have a good understanding and knowledge of the startup ecosystem in France, we are able to provide loans and quasi-equity. We have developed equity investment activity, direct equity activity, and indirect activity. It's important for us to develop the ecosystem of private equity in France to have this direct investment activity. We've always a co-investment position. We'll never invest alone. We invest with a private equity or the funds. And with this fund activity, we can focus on funds and thematic which are underdeveloped. And we have an export subsidiary. We provide insurance for export activities. We are providing a continuum of financing and business supports to companies. Start with innovation from the really beginning of the activity of a startup to late stage development. We provide loans. We provide guarantee to other banks to push them to take more risks. We have a large capital investment activity, also international financing and insurance. Last year, we invest 4 billion euros in private equity. We support 1,000 company in consulting, because we are not only providing financing, we're also providing business support, and we developed this activity in the former years. If we do a focus on the private equity activity, we have counter-cyclical activity in general. So last year we invested 4 billion euros, and this counter-cyclical position put us quite high in the ranking in Europe, because we were number one in number of deals, and even number two worldwide, because we usually, when the situation is more complicated, we increase our exposition, and when we see what we've done in the past, generally it's the best period to invest, knowing that we have investment activity in tech, but also in a non-tech activity. We have venture capital, but also a graph capital activity. We have 52 billion euro under management, and last year we invested 800 million euros in innovation capital, 1.7 billion euro in development capital, and 1.6 billion euro in fund of fund. Even if the situation in the fundraising was difficult, we maintain our level of activity. We are in France. We are a partner of more than 200 asset management companies, private equity companies, and invested in more than 500 funds. Regarding the activity in the growth segment, we have so large venture is our team dedicated to this activity. We launched last month our third generation of funds with 750 million euros. This fund invests in late stage rounds, but also in IPOs, because we don't do a separation between private equity and public equity. For us, it's very important to have a continuum of financing. And for instance, large venture invested 1.8 billion euros in 80 companies. 19 were quoted. So we invested during the IPOs and on the market. This is a crossover fund. So for us, it's important to have activity pre-IPO and during the IPO. It's currently we think that currently we have to develop this the public funding of companies, because we are shareholders of 11 unicorns, French unicorns. You have currently 35 unicorns in France, and with the development of the unicorns, we have to think about the next step of financing for these unicorns, and we don't want them to go for flotation on the Nasdaq. It will be a failure after all the money we invested, and especially the public money. And so 2 years ago we decided to focus on to improve the attractiveness of the European stock markets. And we try for instance, we developed a cornerstone investor club to make it possible for the management of the unicorns to have access to asset manager, because they are very different from private equity investors, and it's important for them to get in touch with them.
Thank you, Cedric. And before closing this first round of interventions, I will pass now the floor to Jules. Jules, please.
Thank you very much, Anna. Just checking that you can hear me okay?
Yes, perfectly.
Excellent. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me, and thank you to the OECD for this fascinating workshop and these fascinating interventions right behind me. Sorry I can't be with you today, but it was great to hear from colleagues from the EIC, because I'm actually at the EIC Summit in Brussels, working with a lot of your colleagues. So congrats for that as well. My name is Jules Besnenu. I'm the founder and executive director of Cleantech for Europe. We're an initiative that looks to bridge the gap between cleantech leaders, be they investors, startups, scale-ups, and policymakers in Brussels and in state capitals throughout Europe. In particular, relevant for this conversation, we launched about a couple of years ago a scale-up coalition, and this coalition represents companies like H2 Green Steel, Vercor, Sunfire, many others in Europe. But basically, they all share the same problem, which is they've raised tens, sometimes hundreds of millions of euros in capital, but they're now getting to the industrialization stage. And as they get to that stage, they are hit with a barrage of challenges, from now raising billions of commercial debt, to getting access to market, to standardization, to permitting, talent acquisition, et cetera, et cetera. So today I wanted to focus on the financing aspect of things, but also very happy to come back on the question of talent and many other questions. So maybe going to the next slide, the quick picture of cleantech investment in Europe is that over the past 15 years, we've developed basically most of the technologies we need, not just to decarbonize, but also to become energy resilient and to become an industrial leader of the next decades. Even in 2023, in a pretty terrible global venture capital market, EU cleantech held firm at more than 11 billion euros of venture capital raised. So this reflects really the strengths, especially of our early stage financing ecosystem. If we go to the next slide, you will see that from seed to Series B, we have a very rich ecosystem of venture capital providers that are able to take these companies from idea to technical and early commercial validation. Our big challenge in Europe is at the scale-up level, and I think it's very relevant to this conversation. Basically, we don't have the financial ecosystem that's available to take these companies from Series B to the very large scale and to the kind of repeat and expansion stage. So again, if we go to the next slide, we try to quantify that. So what does that mean in terms of an investment gap in Europe? And we started from the European Commission's numbers in the Net Zero Industry Act assessment, basically saying that to scale only 6 of the technologies of the Net Zero Industry Act, so these are solar PV, wind, batteries, heat pumps, electrolyzers, CCS, we need 92 billion euros of investment by 2030, just for these 6 technologies. And if you look at the current rate of private investment in these technologies, and you add then the public funding that's expected in these technologies, you're still left with a 50 billion euro investment gap by 2030, which is 5 times the venture capital ecosystem, basically. And then if you consider that the number of technologies we have to scale is much larger than these 6 technologies, you can also think of long duration energy storage and green steel and cement, et cetera, then you're looking at an investment gap of hundreds of billions of euros. And that's what we're facing for the next, 6 years. So there's a big question in our mind of first, where does this huge gap come from? But then also, how do we solve it, especially in a very tight public budgetary environment? So in terms of the causes, if we go to the next slide, very quickly, I mean, a lot of these points have been covered already, but we would really point to first the fact that institutional capital is missing in action in Europe. We park trillions of euros of our money into insurance companies, into pension funds, and these institutional investors are not investing in clean tech, to be very simple. They're not investing in venture capital more broadly either. If we compare European institutional investors to what's taking place in the US, you see a 100x difference in the rate at which these institutionals invest in venture capital. And then that's compounded by the lack of access to commercial debt for scale-up companies, as well as the lack of access to public markets, as was just discussed. So, is then public funding going to solve all that? Well, no, because we're now in a very tight budgetary environment. We have many priorities to finance, including on the defense side. And so we're left with this equation of hundreds of billions of euros to bring into this market, and then no private or public funding that's available. So this is why we tried to launch this clean tech investment plan for Europe, which to think about how can we be creative and mobilize pools of money that are going to be enough to meet our ambitions while being very fiscally efficient and respecting the current environment. So if we go to the last slide, the 3 main ideas that we propose, or the 3 pillars of this investment plan. First is around how do we incentivize institutional investors to mobilize in clean tech in Europe? Multiple potential solutions. I'd love to hear thoughts and discussions on this, but for us, at least, it starts with prudential rules and how do you make sure that there's the right incentives, the right regulatory incentives are in place. But then how do we mobilize some public funding to de-risk private institutional funding? Do we put first loss mechanisms in place, for instance? Do we build fund-of-fund initiatives, just like the ones that EIF are developing, but with a stronger kind of clean tech focus? A second idea is how do you mobilize more public guarantees to catalyze private investment? And BPI France is a leader here, but we don't yet have large European instruments to do that. The EIF ones are also really pioneering in this space, but they're limited in terms of amounts. So if you're a scale-up and you need counter guarantees, for instance, for advance payments, and the bank is asking for 100% cash collateral against an advance guarantee, an advance payment guarantee, for instance, you're going to have to post your venture capital against that, and no bank is going to issue the bond without that. So can we use, for instance, the public balance sheet not as an issuer of fund, but an issuer, a counter guarantee instrument to commercial banks? And the third pillar is we're lucky in the EU to have access to ETS revenues, to carbon pricing revenues. And we're investing some of those in clean tech manufacturing via the Innovation Fund. But first, we need the member states to invest much more in clean tech with their own ETS revenues. And then we could also get much smarter about how to mobilize more revenues. So for instance, ETS revenues are set to rise in the next few years. Can we borrow against these future ETS revenues for the investments that we need to do now, which is exactly what Japan is doing, for instance. So just a few early ideas. Would love to discuss these. And just on the next slide, we'll see the link to download the full report. I'm very much looking forward to this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Jules, and thank you for all the speakers. I would like now in this second round to pose a couple of questions to each of speakers, and then open the floor to the rest of the present here if you want to ask something to the speakers. So beginning with Jean-François. With a budget of 10 million euros, the EC and the EC Fund are the flagship initiatives of the European Union to boost the European innovation ecosystem. However, as Research Commissioner Iliana Ivanova recently pointed out at the World Economic Forum in Davos, the EC alone cannot address the huge funding gap that exists between the European Union and the other markets, such as the United States. Is the lack of scaling up funding an issue that is being discussed at the IEC? Does the lack of scale-up capital in Europe affect the projects that are financed by IEC? Do you see that projects fail because of insufficient follow-on funding? Thank you.
Thank you. In fact, the gap you are referring to, which was actually illustrated by these gray and blue rectangles, we know it well, and it was at the origin of the creation of the IC fund. Now, when we say there is a gap, and we say this gap is for scale-ups, we need to qualify a bit better, because in some countries, the gap is smaller. In other countries, the gap even concerns startups. Not every country has the luck of having BPI France as a how do you call that, the laboureur of the early stage phases of the lives of companies. But we estimate that this gap is about 40 billion a year. That's an estimate which was done actually by my colleague Chiara here there. You can say a word if you wish. And the IC fund is a 10 billion program for 7 years. So there is a difference of magnitude. We expect to bridge it a bit by using of our catalytic effect as much as possible. We believe that 3/4 of the companies which have received funding from the IC fund would not have raised money of the same quality or in the same quantity without us. Okay, that means that 1/4 is probably market standards transactions that they could have raised money easily, but 3/4 is not bad. So the IC fund is one of the instruments. There are other instruments, indirect instruments. There is TCI and many others. Still, the gap will not be filled. So we need the private sector to mobilize itself much more.
And just a short question, and about the design of AC foster innovations that required patient capital, because we have heard here about patient capital.
We are very patient. We can be as patient as is necessary. There is no limit date to all this. We can be more patient than any market player, but we can also leave early if there is attractiveness around a specific transaction and interest from European investors to support it. We can actually sell. We can stop investing. We have many options.
Thank you. Turning to Michael. Michael, at the engine, you invest into tough tech companies. These companies are not necessarily scale-ups when you start investing in them, but they often have significant funding requirements at an early stage and long development cycles. In other words, the companies you finance need patient capital, and then need a lot of it, and they need a lot of it. Still, you are a privately owned VC firm and need to deliver returns to your limited partners. So we will be interested in the economics of the engine. What are the key ingredients that allow you to take an approach that differs from the typical VC investment model, for example? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So I think the engine at origin, we do have a longer time horizon to return our capital to our LPs. So it's think like on the order of 18 years rather than a 10-year closed-ended fund. And that does change the distribution of companies that we can plausibly support, but the math still has to work. So we index on, in the fullness of time, can this technology or a technology become a foundational pillar of the economy? Because it, if it's going to take that long. Now, not all of the companies, I think in the last 7 years, our experience has been not all of them require that long time horizon. And I think that's partly because the nature of innovation in this space is changing. For example, one of our companies is Commonwealth Fusion Systems. And I'm not here to tell you it's not capital intense building a new fusion reactor. It certainly is. However, it is not. The advances in simulation and modeling have really increased our ability to experiment quickly and in a more capital efficient way. So an example with Commonwealth Fusion is their first round of funding was they're doing magnetic confinement fusion. And so the first piece of the experiment was we have to make the strongest battery per size, not battery, strongest magnet per size ever at 20 Tesla. And they had done a whole bunch of simulation on that magnet, and they had to build one, and they had to prove that it worked. And they knew with the simulation that if they built it a certain way, that they would get to 20 Tesla. And that's what they did with their first round of funding. And that opened the door to raising, $2 billion to build their first reactor. But I came from the battery world. In 2010, I helped launch an energy storage company, and our experimentation cycles were on the order of 6 to 8 weeks as we tested an individual battery cell. And we didn't have the modeling capability back then to do an in silico model of the battery to know what the ultimate design needed to look like. We would have saved millions of dollars if we had those capabilities that we now have today. So I think that is changing the way we invent and the way we innovate in a productive way that buys down the capital intensity and increases the pace of experimentation. But nonetheless, there are still real capital intensity issues with climate technologies. But for us, the way we think about that is in the fullness of time, can they be really, really large foundational companies? And if so, then that's what gets us excited.
Thank you. Nicholas, the European Tech Champions Initiative has 5 European member countries. You have already mentioned that. And the European Investment Bank. And generally, you are funneling a total of 3.75 billion euros of public money into the scale-up segment. The head of VC investments at the IEF recently said in an interview that the first closing of European Tech Champions Initiative is not enough to fuel the scale-up towards the United States. Do you think, or do you believe that it's mandatory or it should be necessary, the involvement of more countries in this initiative? Or do we need other complementary funding instruments in your view? Thank you.
Thank you. Indeed, the first closing of ETCI is actually a pilot phase, and to understand why for us this quite impressive amount is not enough. We have to go back to the origin of the project, and one of the main goal, as I was saying earlier, is to create an asset class to really put on the map the European VC landscape. When we talk to sovereign wealth funds or even European pension funds, banks, insurance company, they are all telling us that they do invest in venture capital, only not in Europe because it's too small. So for us, it's really important to achieve a sufficient scale in the European venture capital ecosystem. And for that, we have calculated that we need to put in the market about 40 funds. Why 40? With the deployment period of those billion-euro funds, it means that about 8 to 10 of them will be raising each year, which is enough for large asset allocators to start looking at the markets. They will not invest in those 8 or 10, but at least they have enough choices every year to allocate to 1 or 2 funds and to build a practice of looking at that market. But in order to achieve those 40 funds in the European market, we need to rely, as you mentioned, to more countries. So in terms of public money, we had at the origin of the project 22 countries in Europe that signed a kind of LOI on the project. It was 2 years ago. Since then, a lot of things happened in the world, and we have now 5 countries, soon 6, 1 joining. But we need more European countries for this project. But equally importantly, we need more private capital as well, and that could be the second step of our project, to raise at its high level some private capital, so that we can start demonstrating to those asset allocators the values they can get from the European VC ecosystem, and channeling their money to different funds, so that ultimately we make ourselves redundant by having those private investors investing directly into funds once they have achieved enough knowledge, I would say, of the ecosystem.
Thank you. Cédric, today France has one of the largest venture capital markets in Europe. This is also thanks to Bpifrance, like Jean and François already said, that is leveraging private sector capital through various direct and indirect investments activities, such as large venture fund initiatives. But fund size in France and in other European countries still remain much smaller, again, than the United States, in particular to large stage funding rounds. So in your view, what makes it so challenging to raise large funds in Europe? You think it's there a lack of private capital in Europe? A lack of expertise or ability among European VC funder managers to mobilize more private sector capital?
Thank you for the question. I think that there is a lack of financing, a lack of expertise. Usually what we do within Bpifrance is when there is a lack of financing at a special stage of development of companies, we try to focus on this stage. 15 years ago, it was the seed stage. There was a lack of seed funds in France, so we decided to invest with our fund activity. So 10 years ago, we decided it was important to support the growth of funds. So with our fund activity, we develop, we try to develop funds with a bigger size. 5 years ago, there was an initiative, TB initiative, because we don't have pension funds in France, but we have insurance companies, and we asked the insurance company to bring money to develop the ecosystem of growth funds. and it was a success because more than in the private equity side, more than 8 billion euros were put in these funds. So now we think that the situation is better, and for us, what is important is to prepare the next step. And next step for as I said, for unicorns is the possibility to get quoted. We are so the next step is crossover funds. So we want to develop a fund for crossover funds because we think it's important to have this kind of funds. You have crossover funds in the United States, but you have a lack of this kind of funds in Europe. And so we are working on this and the next stage, even if we still have to have action for this segment and to help growth funds to develop. And regarding the lack of expertise, it was one of the TB initiative objective. It was to help, especially in the public investment segment for asset managers. There is a real lack of expertise within asset managers. So we in this one of the aim of the TB initiative was to develop teams specialized in tech in Paris.
Just a short follow-up, not follow-up. What is your view on, do you think also that regulations are also one of the elements that is holding back institutional investors or other LPs for providing more money to VC funds?
I was attending this morning the Euronext annual conference, and the European Commissioner for Economy was present, and he told that Europe was champion in regulation worldwide, and there was the CEO of Philips, Royal Philips, who said, "Oh, great, but it would be better to be a champion in innovation." So I think that regulation is important, but we have to be careful not to be in comparison with other geographies to be sure that we don't to the effect of the development. We have seen this for the public markets, for instance. MiFID II decided in Europe. Europe decided to split brokerage fees with research fees, and we were at this time. We say be careful. It can be very damaging for the French banks, and we were told that it wasn't a problem if it wasn't a good regulation, it will be reversed. But so for the moment, Europe decide to reverse, but it won't do anything because the industry has been damaged too much. So I think it's very, very important to be very careful with the regulation.
Thank you. Passing now to Jules. As we have seen, Clean Tech for Europe has a clean tech investment plan, and scale-ups play a key role in this plan. But you also said that these firms have difficulties competing with established players. So do you think that more capital for these firms is sufficient to level the playing field, or are there other factors that may hinder firms from scaling? Thank you.
Thanks. It's a really interesting question. I don't think so. I don't think funding is enough. I see these companies right now. I would almost say, they're scaling against all odds, and financing is one part. Sure. Do you have access to easy, guarantees from your bank, easy, bonds, for instance? That's definitely a kind of a place where there's an unlevel playing field. But there are many others. So if I think of access to market, for instance, we work with green cement companies, and they're having a really, really hard time standardizing their products and getting those accepted in the market, right? And one of the big reasons is because the large incumbent industries are the ones that are in the committees certifying these new products. So there's a very unlevel playing field there. I could also think of carbon pricing, where the existing industries have been able to basically get no price on the negative externalities of their products for decades now. So that's starting to correct itself, but it'll still take a while until the field is level. And then maybe last, not related to large industrials, but maybe more in terms of global competition. We work a lot with electrolyzer manufacturers in Europe, but could think of others like long duration energy storage manufacturers. And we're starting to really think about the competition from outside of Europe, especially from China, meaning in a lot of auctions, in a lot of procurement decisions, foreign equipment is being chosen based on price criteria alone. And sure, these equipments are cheaper, but at what cost, in a way? What cost to the environment? What social costs are behind those lower prices? I think the playing field is still unleveled in many ways, and we have a lot to figure out in the coming years.
Thank you. It's now 6:10. I was 5:10, not in Portugal. Yes, I was looking wrong. So we have another hour. We have another hour. Yes, I was like 5. No, it's 6. I would probably now like to open the floor to the room and online, of course, to questions. Please go for it. Don't be shy. Online also. I don't know if you have, because I don't have access to online. So please go for it. Of course, Professor Zecchini.
After all these presentations, it's not clear to me what the loss tolerance is in all these investments. In other words, we heard a lot about what is being done, what is being given as financing, but what's the loss rate that has been faced by all these instruments? Of course, in your case, it's too early to talk about loss. But since Professor Hellmann stressed this point that US VC investors have a much higher loss tolerance than European investors, then I would be curious to know what, if there is any evidence, quantitative evidence about this loss tolerance. Thank you.
Does anyone wants to? Please, Nicolas.
Thank you. Yes, indeed, for ETCI, it's too soon to tell, but we are leveraging our experience on other products. And actually, on ETCI itself, we have a portfolio model, meaning that the loss ratio is not only at fund level, but at full mandate level, where we expect between 300 and 400 portfolio companies. And with that, we expect, we have demonstrated with our track record of investment that at portfolio level, mathematically, we have less than 1% chances to lose money at portfolio model. Then at individual fund level, it's really hard to say because there is a wide variety of scale-up funds. And that goes down to their own strategy, and I would say sometimes even to their own personality. We have some scale-up funds that are investing in more mature company, close to profitability, with lower upside, meaning that, as I think we heard earlier, they expect 2 to 3x on each of their investment, meaning that they can't really afford any given portfolio company going bust. Whereas we have at the other end of the spectrum, the ETCI mandate, even though is geared mainly towards scale-up funds, can include multi-stage funds. So funds that invest both at early and growth stage. And here, obviously, the loss ratio will be much higher with companies that can, I would say, make up for the loss, because we hope to have 10x, 20x returns in some of the company. So I'm not sure that we can talk about one scale-up market in terms of loss ratio. It's really down to each funds and how they behave.
Oh, can we hear a view from our American friend?
Yeah. So I think typically let me just amplify one thing that was already said, which is that we're very early in this phase. There was a balloon in investment in climate and energy technologies back in the 2000s. And I think that the loss ratio from that turned a lot of people off from investing in the space. And that was so you saw the collapse of funding in 2012, and that continued at a pretty low level until 2018, 2019, 2020, and then it has been growing at a fairly constant rate over the last 7 years, I think pretty positively. So the question, I think, is actually, why do we think the game will have changed, and that the loss ratios will have changed? And I think the way that I think about it is, back in those days, and having been an entrepreneur back then and pitching to investors in 2012, and in energy storage, which is today an accepted very large market, that wasn't the case back in 2010 and 2012. So across climate verticals, whether you're in electricity, green power production, or end use electrification, or carbon capture, hydrogen, there are market instruments that are real and backed, that is positioned for very large market opportunities that are investable. And that's what's drawing a lot of the capital in today. And though the presence of those markets is, I think, why that loss ratio will be different. Unlike in 2010, when we had to go out and figure out, as an energy storage provider, what is the value of the battery we're putting on the grid? How are we going to get paid for it? Who is the customer? Well, those three things are now solved. No one asks those questions of battery energy, grid scale energy storage companies today. And I think that is true across these verticals, and that is why the loss ratio should be different. Now, in terms of tolerance, it varies by stage and by fund construction. And that is kind of going back to my first comments, that I think that is what is causing this, I think, scale up capital gap, which is you cannot actually sustain true binary risk if you're writing $100 million check to scale a company. And that's the risk that we have to bridge. One way I think that's happening is diversification of the capital stack, where the risk tolerance is just different. So today, I think non-traditional investors make up about 50 to 60% of all capital coming into climate. And so non-traditional strategics, it's hedge funds, it's kind of later stage capital of different colors. And that is really good. A healthy capital stack means we're going to be building more things, and the diversification of that risk kind of spread across players will lead to more progress.
Thank you, Michael, and thank you, Nicholas. Just before closing, the last question addressed to Jean-François. So I appeal for your capacity of being very concise. The question is also small, not necessarily easy. Does the IEC regularly evaluate its green innovation support programs? If the IEC evaluate rigorously the green innovation support programs? Rigorously. It's a difficult.
No, we are super sensitive to the Green Deal and the green policies and etc. We are in the process of putting in place an evaluation program on these topics. It's coming, but we are very new to on the market, and the priority was to deploy the funding quickly. So we are progressing on this, like everybody.
Sorry, Thank you. And I promise to work these tough words, English tough words. So I thank you all for this session. And I think now it's time to pass the floor to Francesca. Lotti, am I right?
So the closing remarks.
Super fast. Okay, so I will not pick up the provocation about Italy. I'm here in my capacity of vice chair of the Committee of Industry, Innovation and Entrepreneurship, so I will stick to the role. Okay, so first of all, let me thank the guys that are sitting back there, because I think they did an amazing job in organizing everything. Everything went super smooth, so a big thank you to Asbeta, Marius, Jennifer, she's not here, and Shai there, so thank you very much. Thanks to the keynote speaker, so thanks for being still here, Jacqueline. Thomas had to rush, but I think it was super interesting with a lot of insights. Thanks also to all the speakers, the participants here online, I mean, all the people that put some effort in making this a very interesting afternoon. Thanks to the European Commission, thanks to the DG Research Innovation. I mean, I see a lot of people here, so it's great to have met amazing colleagues. So let me try to wrap up a couple of messages. I would define myself as an optimist, and let me pick up on your words today. But after this, I mean, all this talk and discussion, maybe I'm becoming a cautious pessimistic. Let me tell you why, okay? There is hope, but we've been talking extensively about this scale-up gap, but after all, we've been all focusing on the financing gap, okay? Which is important, I'm not saying that it's not relevant. I mean, money makes everything works fine and smoothly. But I'm afraid that, this is where my pessimism is coming from. Money is not enough to address the challenges that we're facing ahead. So also from Thomas' speech, too bad that he left, because otherwise I would have discussed a little bit, talent allocation, market scale. We need a large market for our firms. So I think these are all issues that should be taken into account together with the financing gap, because otherwise we're putting a lot of money on the table with different design. We can talk a lot about, possible different design on venture capital, financing scheme, and so on. But alone, probably it would not be enough to solve this scale-up problem. We need more collaboration with, startups and incumbent firms. This was clear from today. More collaboration with university, secondary market for this ownership and sharing this company, exit opportunities. I wouldn't go to the loss tolerance because, it's been addressed enough. So taking this all together, it makes me a little bit pessimistic, because I feel and I see that there is a lot of work that has to be done in the near future. Very, very near. We need to be fast because everything is going fast. We have clear targets and objectives that we have to reach in a small amount of time. So we need to be fast and act in this direction. But at a note of optimism, the thing I just said, I think they refer to the startup and scale-up ecosystem as a whole, but there is some hope in the stream that you mentioned in your talk earlier on. So if we look at venture capital, that it's more devoted to the green and climate things, of course it's increased a lot. We saw it. Antoine made it very clear today. So this is a challenge. This is something that we have to look at. So it's something structural. It's something that will go back in time, or it's something that is here to stay. Demand for green products has been less uncertain, I would say increasing, probably stabilizing. And I would stop here with just these two thoughts. And again, thank you, all of you, for this amazing exchange of views and opinion, and hope to see you soon somewhere in maybe a different context. Thank you so much again. Four minutes.
Maybe just a quick announcement for our speakers who will be joining for the dinner. We'll